आज भी दोनों लाइन दे रहे हो ना, ये माइक भी और वो माइक भी, कॉलर माइक भी।
हाँ भाई ओके है, लिंक दे दिया, मेल किया और ये होगा, लिंक मेल किया आपने, दोनों सेम है कल वाले, कल वाले ये दोनों सेम लिंक, कोई चैनल
हेलो सर, लिंक कल वाले हैं सर वेबकास्ट के, कल वाले जो लिंक थे ना सर वेबकास्ट के, वही है कल वाले। हाँ कल वाले, ठीक है। कौन से सेक्टर कलेक्ट नहीं हुए थे मुझे ये बताओ सर। उसकी लिस्ट तो मेरे पास नहीं होती, चेक करा था, लेकिन कल सर आज हमने एक और पासवर्ड बना लिया नीचे के लिए, तो सर के रूम में बैठ के सारा चेक कर सकते हैं। हाँ वही तो, मतलब उस रूम में बैठ के सर चेक कर लीजिए। सर वो भी आ जाएगा पीछे बैग में तो बहुत सारे रखे। मैं बैठा हूँ चेयर में, आ जाना। सर मैं अभी देख रहा हूँ।
Rate and -1. This is penalty rate inner to net.
भैया यही है ना कल वाला लिंक जो थे आपके, इसी पर क्लासेस हुई है ना।
into two categories. Understood? If it is
सर दोनों काम करते हैं। सर अभी तक पूरी बात अभी है ही नहीं सर प्रोफेसर यहाँ पे 11th क्लास में थे। हाँ सर 6th फ्लोर का तो पता नहीं सर, वो अभी मैं ऊपर से आया था थोड़ी देर पहले 5 मिनट पहले, तब तक तो नहीं थे सर। सर वो नीतीश चेक कर रहा है सर लॉगिन आईडी, एक्चुअली वो सीधा एक्सेल से कॉपी पेस्ट कर रहा है ना यूजर नेम पासवर्ड, तो वो मोस्ट ऑफ देम अगर करते हैं। ठीक है
11th मैथ्स हो रही है।
पता नहीं कौन सी भी, मुझे तो बस
11th मैथ्स अभी तो कुछ
शेड्यूल
कोई नहीं, आज करवा दो, अगर हो जाएगा ठीक है।
मैंने फोटो तो क्लिक करी थी शेड्यूल की।
टीचर आके बोलता है बेटा मुझे स्लाइड चलानी दे दो, बेटा मुझे वर्ड फाइल चलानी दे दो, सर चलाते हैं।
ऊपर जाओ पकड़ के बस, चलो हमें बाइक पे नहीं है, बाइक पे वो भी स्लाइड से पढ़ा रहा है केमिस्ट्री, कहाँ से आँखों में आंसू आ गया। फिजिक्स वाला बड़ा गजब पढ़ता है। मैं कल फिजिक्स ही तो अटेंड करी, मस्त मजा आ रहा था पढ़ने में। केमिस्ट्री में सब स्लाइड्स और दे रहे हैं ना, स्लाइड से थोड़ी ना केमिस्ट्री में मजा आएगा। हेलो
फिजिक्स तो नहीं हुई मेरी।
अरे यार किसने उठाया, नेहा से पूछना, नेहा ने
केमिस्ट्री नहीं, यही तो करना है, इसका ही तो टेस्ट होगा आज। पीरियोडिक क्लासिफिकेशन हो गया, तो चेक ये
अभी क्या है नीतीश, अभी क्लास कौन सी है? ये सिर्फ 4 नहीं चल रहे, बाकी चल रहे?
नहीं, मेनली मेरी मिस्टेक है 3 की है, चेन्नई कोयम्बटूर और कोझिकोड है, उसमें मतलब कि कुछ नहीं हो रहा।
तुम्हारे में एसडी कार्ड बाद में लगा था, सिर्फ ऐसे केमिस्ट्री के तो सारे तुमने सारे तो from here to here maths किया
आज जो करवा दिया होगा, आज आपको कल मॉर्निंग में करवा देना, कल हमारा आज का आ जाओ।
क्लास अराउंड 9:30 है ना?
कोई भी नहीं है, बताया नहीं मेरी क्लासेस 9-10 हो रहा है। हाँ मुझे लगा मैं लेट हो गई, चलो 1 घंटा एक्स्ट्रा पढ़ना पड़ेगा। कुछ नहीं, काइनेमेटिक्स पढ़ने की कोशिश की थी पर नींद आ गई मुझे। अब मैं फटाफट नोट्स में से रिवाइज करूँगी। हमारी क्लासमेट्स कहाँ है? एक फोटो आ रही थी काजल, मैंने देखा था उस रास्ते में।
ये तो माइक चल रहा है, उसकी ऑडियो सही आ रही है? बात कर दे, ऑन करो।
Very good morning, sir. I hope yesterday was fruitful. Any correction in the mode of delivery? If you have, you tell me, then I will tell you the correction in the mode of your way of interaction, which I have thought yesterday after watching the video. Any correction you're getting? You're understanding? Okay. I want little more. Just a minute. I want little more interaction, because some of the girls are sitting completely quiet. I do not question their understanding, because I'm sorry, I still don't know that how much they have understood. So I have no right to do that. You may be very intelligent, but it's very difficult for a teacher, just like a doctor, to know how intelligent you are until and unless you speak. Okay? And since it's going to be ongoing learning process, it's going to be again and again repeated, the same environment, same process. So why can't we make a habit? Because once we make a habit, it's going to be by default done by you. What I'm talking about, make a habit of intervening or putting a question whenever you have doubt. Let the teacher decide whether that question is relevant enough to be answered right there when the lecture is going on, or it can be catered to different other technical support which we have. It's a wonderful setup, there is no doubt about it. But success of this program is going to be lying how effectively we use everything which has been made available, including me as a resource person. Okay? Is it okay? We continue from the. So very warm good morning to you, as well as all the friends who are listening us across the country in different centers. Let us continue from where we left yesterday. I was discussing the graph, and probably I was able to discuss the uniform motion, distance time graph, displacement time graph, and then speed time graph. That's it. Okay? And this is where I left you yesterday. That is, speed time graph for a uniform motion has got this kind of shape where A1 and A2 could be added on to find the distance, and A1 minus A2 will give us the displacement. Fine? This is velocity time graph, not a speed time graph, because I have eventually gone back to the below the time axis, so it happens to be velocity time graph, because the speed cannot be negative. Since there is no acceleration in such case, so there is no question of acceleration time graph. Let's quickly shift to the non-uniform motion and see all these graphs once again. Non-uniform motion, but we will be confining to which kind of non-uniform motion, as I told you yesterday? Which kind of acceleration? Uniform acceleration. Distance time graph. It's going to be either this way or this way. One of them is acceleration, other one is retardation. You have to tell me which one is acceleration, which one is retardation. One is acceleration. Everybody is clear? Quickly, can you tell me why one is acceleration and two is retardation? probably the answer of my question will satisfy you also. How can someone say that this one is acceleration? What is the idea? What is the clue? Because this is distance time graph, as this girl says, this is distance time graph. It's not a speed time graph. So how is it telling about the acceleration? Where is that information lying in the graph? Slope. Okay. It's a distance time graph. The slope, remember yesterday, slope of such graph gives us what? Speed, distance time, okay. So that means the slope of this graph is going to be giving us speed. And is the slope constant throughout? That means his speed is changing. Let us first say changing. I don't know whether it's accelerating or decelerating. But there's one thing certain now, that his speed is changing. And how do you say that there is an acceleration when the speed increases with time or decreases with time? That means slope के terms में, if a graph between S and T gives us a slope which decreases with time, then that has to be retardation. Okay? You need to rectify wherever you have gone wrong. Now since you have understood. Is this slope increasing or decreasing with time? Okay, listen. This line has minimum slope, no slope. This line has a maximum slope. Zero slope, maximum slope, infinite slope. Okay, so the idea is make it perfect, permanent concept. Going from horizontal to vertical, slope always increases. Going from vertical to horizontal, slope always decreases. Where am I going? So slope is no confusion. Okay, and slope happens to be speed. So what is decreasing? So what is this kind of motion? Correct it. But correct after understanding. Okay? Where am I going here? Vertical, horizontal to? So, ठीक है? Fine. Let's quickly understand some of the other important parts of this type of graph. If suppose the graph has got this shape, what is the speed here? What is the speed at A? Zero. Because what is the slope of this particular point? Because it's a horizontal. That means the body comes to rest. So even if it is distance time graph, the information is lying there. Okay? Need not to go for the speed time graph always to find out whether the body is at rest or motion. Can I come down? Am I allowed? Distance can never decrease. So in this case, obviously I cannot come. Can I go up? Can I come back? Because coming back means the time is going back, which is again not permitted. Fine? Is it okay? See the difference between this graph which we have just done and the displacement time graph. This is displacement time graph. I think marking arrow means displacement. Okay? You keep on noting. Tell me, acceleration or retardation? Can I come down now? I am allowed here. Okay? What is the velocity here at the top? The body is at rest. Okay? Am I going from horizontal to vertical or vertical to horizontal? After A. That means the speed is increasing. Okay? Yesterday I told you about change in direction. Remember? So, am I continuing in the same direction after A? Direction has changed. So, the information about this point may be that actually the body is now accelerating, because you told only horizontal to vertical, speed is increasing, but in negative direction. Clear? Let me continue. I think this time I have a privilege to even go down. What about at C? चलो ऐसे आ जाओ. Come here. Let's move from O, A, B, C, D and then E. What about at C? What 0? Speed. Velocity is 0?
Velocity is 0.
Sure? Children, you are getting confused, and I'm really concerned, because as we move along.
The same point, sir. It has reached the same initial point.
How can you speak about the velocity until and unless you find the slope? Because the slope of this graph only tells us the velocity. Can you tell me what is the slope? Slope is 0 here at C. What is the slope? At this not 0, because 0 slope will be horizontal line. Is it the tangent horizontal at C? No. And since the slope is not 0, we should not say that the velocity is 0. Okay? What is 0 here? Y coordinate. And what is that? Displacement. So displacement is 0 at C. That means the body has come back to the same point from where it has started. But it is having a motion. It is having a velocity. Okay? It's very much possible when a vehicle starts from a point, goes in one direction, comes back and continues to move in the opposite direction. So while it is passing that point from where it started, what is the displacement?
0.
But since it continues to move in opposite direction, it has some velocity. Is that okay? C to D. Direction opposite is still okay. Displacement here negative. Any point on this graph has a displacement negative from C, D till E. Okay. What about velocity? Is it going from, again once I ask velocity, I will always go for slope, and it's a nature. From vertical to? So anybody can tell now. The velocity is? So what kind of motion is this? Retardation. Okay. So let's summarize from the beginning. O to A, acceleration or retardation? My job is to confuse you. Your job is not to get confused. Retardation in positive direction. Keep on mentioning the direction also. At A, what 0? Body is at rest. The velocity is 0. A to B, in? Very good. At C, body continues to move. C to D, in? Very good. D to E? Okay. You need to do all these exercises while doing slope analysis, because you need to understand how the slope is moving. So D to E, it's from horizontal to vertical. It has to be acceleration. But which direction? Why? Because you started now coming back. Okay. Yesterday which I told you the concept. In a displacement time graph, whenever there is a change in the direction of motion, you always find the graph also going in different direction. Okay? Is that okay? After E, it is going to be repeated. Fine? Is that clear? Has this got any significance? Area? Because this area is going to have a product of distance and time. Ratio of distance and time is speed, but product of distance and time doesn't, we don't require to define any such physical quantity. So not necessarily if there is a graph, area bound the graph will always have a significance. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Fine? Next. See the speed time graph. Speed time. Speed is changing. It has to be, because which type of motion we are doing? Uniform acceleration. So the graph tells us that it's a uniformly changing, so uniform acceleration. Is it acceleration? Yes. Why? Because the speed is increasing. There's no confusion, that confusion. Displacement time is graph is the most confusing one, but I think that is most clear also once you made your concept very clear. Okay, if I move on, uniform motion, retardation. Do I have any information about the direction up till now? Can we talk about the direction here also? So, if at all suppose we have to tell about the direction of motion, had it been displacement time graph, it could have been easily, found whether the direction is positive or negative. But what about this graph? Children, whenever there is a speed time graph, that information is hidden whether the direction is changing or continues to be the same. Why? Because when direction changes, either displacement start decreasing or the speed becomes negative, positive velocity becomes negative. And in speed time graph, you don't have that privilege to talk about the negative velocity. Okay, so that's a problem. That's a limitation of such graph. Fine. Should I move on? Area of trapezium, distance. Can I go below time axis? No, not allowed, because time is not, speed is not negative. Now, see the velocity time graph. Should I rub it? Ready? Okay, good. I will see. Just give me some time. Velocity time graph. I have more freedom here as compared to speed time graph. I can continue move in a straight line this way. Accelerated motion A to B, uniform motion B to C, retardation C to D. Tell me. D to E. Sure? What is the velocity at D? 0. Any velocity if you gain after 0 velocity, what you call? Acceleration or retardation? It has to be acceleration. Okay? It's a very interesting point, so all of you need to be listen very carefully. I have not changed the graph as far as going from C to E. Line remains same. Okay? Above time axis, this was retardation. Below time axis, it seems to be acceleration. It appears to be acceleration. Why? Because the velocity at D is 0, and as I told you that any velocity gain after 0 velocity has to be achieved by virtue of acceleration only. Now there is a very significant point here, and I want all of you to understand it. I have two ways of describing this, just two different languages. Okay? Either I say a body is accelerated in one direction, say whichever direction, or I say a body is retarded in another direction. I am talking about the same thing. I am not talking about two different things. Because what I did here, I just did reversion of both the statement. Not only I changed the direction, I also changed the nature of motion. In one case it was acceleration, other case it has become retardation. They just talk about one or same thing. Okay, that means either you say, that is why the same line is representing them, both of them. Either you say above time axis, acceleration in one direction. Are you sure D ke baad the direction is going to change? Velocity will be negative. It's a velocity. So after D, direction will change, and from D, since it is 0 velocity, it is going to be accelerated. So I am going to repeat now. I am going to say both way and try to understand. From C to D, it is retardation in positive direction. From D to E, it is acceleration in negative direction. They are same, represented by same line. Okay, so acceleration in one direction is always equivalent to retardation in another direction. I give you another wonderful example to understand it. Suppose one of my friend is running towards me, okay, and I am strong enough to stop him. But let him come. Let him first reach to me, and I am waiting here. Let him come. Okay. Once he reaches to me, before he reached me, okay, his motion was independent of my applying force. But the moment suppose he reached me, I have to apply a force. However strong am I, he is going to strike me with some momentum. So maybe I have to take little 1 or 2 steps back to stop him. But if I continue to apply the same amount of force, you all know that what is going to happen. After I stop him successfully, he will start moving in opposite direction with some acceleration. Since force applied by me remains same, that means the acceleration, magnitude of the acceleration has to be same. Direction has changed only. So when he was coming towards me, my force was a retardation. Fine. When he stops, the same force is now converted into acceleration. What about the direction? So retardation in one direction is as good as saying as acceleration in another direction. Okay, never get confused. All right, fine. Should I move on? A1, A2. A1 plus A2, same concept, distance. A1 minus A2, displacement. All right? Fine. The last graph is acceleration time graph. A can be positive, okay, A can be negative, so it has to be vector. By default, acceleration has to be vector. When it is negative, it is retardation. When it is positive, it is acceleration. Okay? Acceleration? Constant acceleration, because we are doing uniform accelerated motion. Retardation. Fine. As long as you want to continue. If you want to again change from acceleration retardation, you have to go to the above time axis. Is there any significance of this area? A1, A2? Could be, could not be also. Let's think. Velocity. What's your name? Urja. Velocity. How would you say it's a velocity? Acceleration to time happens to be the velocity, and whenever you talk about area, it's actually product of nothing but the product of y coordinate and the x coordinate. Simple. Okay, so it has to be velocity. But if I find A1 and A2 and add u0, then only I get final velocity, because I need to tell you that this graph does not render any information of the initial stage of the motion. So you have to question. You have to question yourself that it would be given in the question. If it is not question, you can question yourself that what was the initial stage of the motion. The body at rest, that means u has to be taken as 0. But if the body was moving, then final velocity is going to be added by u0, whatever area you find. A1 plus A2. Fine. Remember, this has to be taken negative. Why? Because this area lies below time axis. That concept remains same. Any area above the time axis positive, any area below the time axis negative. Children, this is what the graphical analysis of motion is all about. I want you to look upon certain questions and try to attempt that, and then probably we also go to the previous year IIT JEE questions and see that where we belong. Can we attempt those questions graph based? Okay, is it okay? Fine. Just show me that slide which not this one. Yesterday is it saved? So go back to the graph. Vector connect, yeah. Just come down, show me the graph. Just below, little more, scroll down. I think already I have explained all these things. Just go down. Just see this illustration. Wait. Just see this illustration. Okay, this will give us an idea that if a graph is given, how to convert that graph into the other type of graph. And I want you all to try. Okay, and I hope that the other friends listening across other centers, they are also going to try it. This is the graph given, acceleration time graph. Okay, and you are asked to find, you convert this graph into velocity time graph, speed time graph, displacement time graph, and distance time graph. Okay, I will show you the answer. I have the answer also. Just hide the answer for the time being, sir. Just show them the graph only. Let them plot the graph. This one. Let the answer be hidden. Bas. Let me make it clear. Is it given here? Given that initial velocity is 100 meter per second. That information is given to you. Okay? The body has initial velocity of 100 meter per second. 10 meter per second square is the acceleration from 0 to 10 second. From 10 to 20, it is retardation 10 meter per second square. From 20 to 30, it is again acceleration of 10 meter per second square. You trying? Do it. Anybody having any difficulty in first velocity time graph? How to plot velocity time graph? You need to understand that what are the velocities at different time, then only you can plot the graph. Only initial velocity information is available. Rest you have to calculate. What is the velocity at 10 second? What is the velocity at 20 second? What is the velocity at 30 second? Then only probably you will be able to make a graph. So do the calculation. What are the mathematical tools available? Equations of motion, because we can apply it because the motion happens to be uniformly accelerated motion. Very good. Quickly. Keep on writing at what time this velocity is, 200 meter per second, whatever you are getting. You found the velocity at different time, at 10 second, 20 second, 30 second? Okay, but you're not knowing how to plot it. Since you've got the velocity, then plot it. Take velocity on y-axis and time on t-axis, and then try to address the results which you have calculated. Start with 100 meter per second, because that information is not in the graph. That you have to start with. Is it available? All the centers can see it. You have already put it. So whosoever has to see the solution, they have this available. They can always open it and see it. And what about these kids? Even they can go home and log in with the site, and they can see it. It's available to them also, not in their tablet, separately. So have you got it? If you want to see all these materials, you can log in. You can take the help from the technical team and see it. Okay. They can download and print it, hard copy. Very good. Okay, time up. Wherever you are, you this later on. Just see the answer. I'm showing you the first answer, velocity time graph. Little more. Little more. It's not coming? It's not going down. Achha, it's in next page maybe. I think it's okay. You can see it. See this part? It's a velocity time. Is it accelerated motion or retarded motion? It has to be, because this belongs to 0 to 10. Acceleration. Velocity is increasing. Fine? After that, it has to go down, because the velocity is decreasing till 20 seconds. Okay? Your calculation will let you know where you have to stop, because naturally you might have calculated, say even I have done that. Okay? 200 meter per second. Even many of you might have got it, 200 meter per second, then the velocity at 20 second, u naught, then I just gone to find area, because use it, okay. You can use the equation of motion, but there's no harm to find the area, okay. If I want to find the final velocity at 20, there are two ways. One is using equation, other is u naught plus a1 minus a2. I did it here, u naught plus a1 minus a2. You can save time. 100 plus 100 minus 100, so that is 100 meter per second. That means I have to come back and I have to stop myself to the same point from where I've started on y-axis. Alright? Then again, acceleration. Okay? So, acceleration. I have shown that acceleration, and therefore this is the velocity time graph. Fine? Is that okay? Speed time graph will be exactly same, because there is no change in direction. So the velocity time graph and speed time graph will have always identical shape whenever there is no change in direction. They differ only when there is a change in direction. Fine. Let's show them. Next page, sir. Displacement time graph. See the displacement time graph. As sir said, it's available, so you can always, let's save time, we can move on from here, and then you can download and see that how the graph has been plotted. I just explain quickly. Displacement. What part of this graph representing acceleration or retardation? ठीक है? Horizontal to? Vertical to horizontal. That is why what I wanted, because that is what the graph, original graph of AT tells us: acceleration, retardation, acceleration. Same as the displacement time has the same shape as the distance time graph, is there is no change in direction. Okay, I've taken this to begin with, the simple one, the one which I'm going to give you as a homework. That's going to be a little difficult one. Okay, you please do it. I've got a solution also, but I'm not going to discuss here. Okay. Then obviously distance time, displacement time, and velocity time and speed time we have done it. There is another example here which I ask you as well as all your friends listening me to do it yourself. There is another graph here. It is actually now velocity time graph. A typical velocity time graph has been plotted here. Okay. Starting velocity is minus 20 meter per second, and as it goes, different values have been plotted, time on this axis and velocity on y-axis, convert into acceleration time graph, speed time graph, displacement time graph, and distance time graph. Don't show them right now, they will do it. It is their homework. Next page is the solution, so don't show them, don't show them. They might have seen it. Yesterday also you were busy in scrolling it down and up. But anyway, let them try themselves. And children, if you have any problem, we have got the various channels to solve your queries. But please do come to us with your doubts and problems. You want to see it again? Just plot this graph, remaining you have to do yourself. Just plot this graph, that's it. And then do yourself, and then obviously solution is available, you can always open it and see it. Now I want to now take some random examples, and I expect that you go along with me and help me to plot the graph. Take a random example, whatever comes in your mind. Okay, under gravity, motion under gravity, inclined plane, throw some object, catch some object, let the car is moving, let accident takes place, and velocity after that. Let us take 2-3 random examples and see that how are we actually going to represent the informations available to the graph. Okay, and then I will do one question reverse, and I will give you the graph and ask you the info, then we move on. Fine. Take an example of a ball being dropped from a height under gravity. Okay, let's make very clear what happens. A ball being dropped from a height under gravity, that means initial velocity is 0, and as it goes down, velocity increases with uniform acceleration, 9.8 meter per second square. It's a well known information, we all know it. Let's assume that the ball strikes the ground, okay, and bounces back, and again it comes up to certain less height, because naturally the collision with the ground is not going to be perfectly elastic. Some of the energy in the beginning which the ball was carrying is going to be lost in the form of heat and all that, and then stops for a while and goes down again, and it does again and again this repeatedly. You are supposed to be converting this data to the graph. Okay, coordinate you can choose, because this is the data only. Still you have choice to choose the coordinate on y-axis and x-axis to plot a graph. This information can lead to the various type of graph. It could be velocity time graph, it could be speed time graph, it could be the displacement time graph, it could be acceleration time graph. Okay, let's do one. You tell me, because we are both going to do together. So whatever you tell, I will do that. You have to help me. Fine. Acceleration time graph is going to be very simple, because 9.8 will in one case positive, in other case negative. But let's do acceleration time graph. Ball has been dropped in the beginning. Okay, so what is the acceleration? 9.8. Where I have to go down? After it strikes the ground, it starts going up. So the same acceleration has to be taken as now Should I continue to move with the same time? No, I'm asking them. I'm asking them. The question was not from the technical team. Should I continue to move for the same time as I did here? No, little less. Why? Because height is not going to be the same, because some part of the energy has already got lost. So, got it? I am maintaining the height, I am maintaining this y coordinate because that has to be same, it's 9.8. Collision ke dauran that doesn't get affected anyway, but I am reducing this thickness of the graph. Got it? Same example. Continue with the same example. Tell me VT. Let me see how much my children have understood. Starting point when the ball has been dropped. You want to take that origin? I just leave it to you where you want to take the origin, because in any case I am not interested in the displacement time here, because the choice of the origin might not affect me. But once we choose the displacement time graph, then the choice of the origin is going to affect. Okay, so I drop it here. Velocity, you have to decide in which direction you are going to take positive, in which direction negative. Continue with the same convention. G, direction of G is positive and against G is negative. So when I drop a ball, what is the initial velocity? 0, but after that the velocity is positive. Okay, it continues to do so till it strikes. That means till it strikes, just before striking the velocity is maximum, and after that it bounces back with the same velocity or with the different velocity? Less, little less. But once it bounces back, it changes not only the magnitude of the velocity, it changes the direction. That we have to take care in the graph, because it happens to be the velocity time graph. Is that okay? So help me. Who will tell me? This girl. Yes, you beta. Yes, please.
So we start from initial velocity.
0. So should I start from here? Okay.
Then we take it in positive direction.
Okay. If I go wrong, you will tell me, sir, you are going wrong. Okay. Because I might deliberately go wrong. Fine. This is starting point, A to B.
So now
Wait. At B, where is the ball? Ball is at the top or ball is at the bottom?
at the bottom.
Fine. All of you, I want to understand that the real graph does not speak the real picture. While I am going up, you are telling me that the ball is going down. Okay? Sometimes even if you get confused, rectify yourself, because the graph could be of a shape which represent two important data pictorially, but the actual motion of the body is not being represented by the graph. Fine. So I am here right at the bottom, velocity is maximum. Till after this.
So then we'll come down, but with a slope less.
Should I come down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Like this?
Sir, a slope should be less.
Why slope should be less? Because slope of velocity time graph represent acceleration, and as long as you are under gravity, okay, the slope will not be less or more, slope will be always same. You have to tell me that, should I continue from here or should I continue from somewhere else? Those girls who know the answer, you keep your answer and you'll raise your hands if you know the answer. Okay. Should I continue from B or I have to start from somewhere else? Okay, you don't know. Sit down. What is the velocity here? What is the direction of motion here? B, positive direction. If I continue from B to say C, have I changed the direction?
Yes, sir.
No. Look at the graph, it's a velocity time graph. Direction will be changed when the velocity is negative. If I am above time axis, my velocity still continues to be positive. And not only you are getting confused, most of the children get confused, because you have got two things to compare most of the time, displacement time and velocity time, and that is where the confusion lies. Okay, so velocity happens to be, if I begin from here, I am just defying that result, I am just not accepting that result, that after striking the ground, the ball comes up, bounces up. the direction has to be changed. Okay, that means if this point happens to be say V1, I need to go down, all right, without elapsing a single second, because let us assume that it happens very quickly, the collision bouncing back of the ball, and then maybe little less than V1, I have a point here V2, and then I have to continue. Now the velocity will come back to 0, and when it is going to come back to 0, the ball from the bottom is going to rise. At the topmost point, okay, the velocity is 0, and then it comes back. Direction change again, you need not to bother, because if I continue, that has already been taken care of, because if I go above the time axis, direction will automatically change. Okay, should I continue and reach to the same level here? No. That means अगर ये सब ना करूं मैं, ठीक है, आपको समझाने के लिए जल्दी जल्दी ग्राफ बना दूं, लेकिन एक चीज याद रखना, what is that? Slope has to be constant, because this is motion under gravity, whose acceleration continues to be 9.8 meter per second square. Is that clear? Continue with the same example, and let's have a displacement time graph as well. Okay, and then probably we move on. Displacement time graph. Now you take origin. Choose your origin. You can choose the origin right at the point where the ball has been dropped. You can choose the origin somewhere at the bottom. You can choose the origin anywhere else as per your choice. Take one, anyone. Should I take the bottom, okay, as a reference point? And then with respect to bottom, naturally when I drop the ball, what is the displacement? Maximum, okay, and this has to be in this upward direction. So this is negative, because G is always positive. Anything along G is going to be always considered positive. Again, G is negative. Okay, that means I have to begin in displacement time graph. I have to begin from a negative displacement. When the ball goes down, displacement is increasing or decreasing? Decreasing. Decreasing. I have taken origin right at the bottom. Okay, so when it goes down, displacement is decreasing. When it touches the ground, the displacement is 0. Minimum 0, and after that there is a change in direction. Okay, so now it will bounce back and it will come up, and now when it is coming up, it's going to be displacement again increasing. Okay, clear hai? Displacement, say H. Okay, while I was coming down, was it accelerated motion or retarded motion? Accelerated. So how should I go? Horizontal to vertical or vertical to horizontal? You should never get confused if these basics are clear. Okay? At some time the ball has struck the ground and now it is bound to come up, and then direction will change. It is now going to be retardation. Okay, so it has to be, displacement will increase, and it has to be, displacement will increase, it has to be in this direction from vertical to all right. At the topmost point, what is the velocity? and displacement time graph का slope क्या बताता है? Velocity. So it has to be horizontal perfectly. Okay, you can continue this way. Fine. Is that okay? So children, I was trying to draw a graph from a given data. Okay, you could be asked to find out the data from the graph, read the graph and find out the data, that what kind of motion or what kind of physical situation the given graph is representing. Let's have one more question on that also. I am just giving you the graph, you have to tell me the physical situation which this graph is representing. All right, I have to choose a coordinate. Let it be, should I confuse you less or more? Okay, more. Let it be velocity time graph. Let me confuse you less. Suggest any physical example. If you don't find an example, you can always tell me examples in terms of any x, y, z, a ball, a bat, maybe any object for time t1, for time t2, and just try to address the whole situation with the help of the quality of the graph. Okay, t1, t2, t3, t4. Come on. Any queries? Okay. Raise your hand who has the answer. Yes, bete.
Sir, our car is moving with the constant velocity.
She needs to take mic? No. Today there is no need to take mic. Yeah, it's there available. You can use the mic in case if the other children from the other center, if they have to also listen the answer. Use it. Yeah. Please tell me.
Our car is moving and the driver forgets something at home, so he retards in the opposite direction to the initial point.
Hold on. Car started moving and car was moving with a constant velocity.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we have reached till B.
Yes,
constant
sir.
Velocity. Suddenly, what you said, driver has forgotten something, so
Yes, sir.
he thought that I need to stop myself.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he applies the brake.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Sir, then he reaches home.
This is the beauty of the graph. See, whole long sentence he is going to speak constantly, and how much effort I had to do when I was plotting the graph, just few lines. Okay, so the very compact information and the whole sort of plethora of knowledge basically goes into the graph, and therefore graph happens to be one of the basic question in different competitive examinations. After B, the brake has been applied.
Yes, sir. Sir, he reaches home. Then,
He
sir,
reaches home here at C.
Yes, sir.
Okay, because at C velocity is 0.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Then,
Home was, that means the driver was having his house on the way.
yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
on the way, because there is no direction has not been changed yet. So
Yes, sir.
initially, which you said that he started and he forgot something, and he is not going. He might have forgotten, or maybe he might have recalled something, and the house of the driver or maybe the vehicle is right on the way in front, in the direction where he was driving the car, because we are not allowing the driver to
Okay.
change the direction here. Fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, then
He took.
he took up whatever he forgot. Then, sir,
He took without any time. Okay, he took whatever he forgot without any lapse of time,
yes,
because the graph is having almost no time left out here because it's a continue. Okay, fine, let it be.
sir, then he continues to accelerate, but sir, he moves forward. So,
He returns back now?
so no.
Is it? What is the velocity here from C to D? Positive or negative?
So negative.
See, if earlier he was moving in one direction, from C to D he has to change the direction of motion.
Okay.
That's why the velocity is now negative. So probably after picking what he has forgotten to take or he left out recall, he returns back.
Yes.
Okay. With the same acceleration, with the same retardation, he stopped himself. He is going to accelerate also with the same
Yes, sir.
magnitude.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How do you tell that information? Because the slope remains to be same.
Straight.
Very good. At D,
Sir, at D, sir, at D, sir, at D,
he decided. Suddenly he decided to.
to accelerate. Sorry.
He was accelerating only.
Yes, sir. Sir, he decided to decelerate. And
Decelerate. Has it changed the direction also?
No, sir.
Very good. Okay, because you have to wait for this answer to be given direction change until till the graph changes the time axis. Still you are confining yourself below the time axis. So direction has not changed, but he decided rather than accelerating, which he was doing from C to D, he decided to retard date and comes to rest at E. Whatever was the situation, maybe a child has come on the way and he has to save the child. Whatever. Okay, good. Sit down. So this I conclude the graphical analysis of kinematics. Okay. Now, before I move on, any question? I can take 2-3 minutes to take any questions related with the graph or maybe the content which I have covered up till now, because now onwards we are going to confine towards vector and its applications, where we have to deal with the raindrop, swimmer crossing a river, cross product, dot product, all these things, which are going to be little different than what we have been doing up till now. Okay. So before I terminate this session here and start the next one, any question? Now you can show that uploaded material which you did in the morning. I am showing you few IIT questions which has been asked in the previous year IIT entrance examinations, and I am sure that some of you are going to solve some of those questions right away here only, quickly. However, if you have any difficulty in understanding those questions, I am going to request the technical team to post upload the solution also. Okay, so you go home, first you try to solve those questions, have your own options because they are multiple choice questions, and then check the answers. If you cross check the answers, the questions answers which have not been checked by you correctly, then you see the solution. Okay, please don't see the solution before attempting the questions. Not this one, the other one. The other one. In the meantime, we are getting this right. I can draw that question for you. The given graph shows the variation of velocity with displacement. ITJ 2005. The given graph shows the variation of velocity with respect to displacement. Okay. Yeah. The last question. Yeah. Below. Next page. There are 4 options given, children, and you have to find the correct options. Yeah, these are the 4 options given: A, B, C, D. The question is, which of the 4 options has got the correct representation of the variation of acceleration with displacement? Yes, beta. C. Okay, if you have any answer coming from any other center, then please let me know. Okay, because even they must be trying. C. You all agree? There should be difference in opinion now. So what? It could be velocity displacement graph, not necessarily always the graph is going to be with respect to time. Okay, B, C. First thing, you are getting difficulty because we have not done even once the velocity displacement graph. Okay, had it been this, if could have been velocity time graph, this could have been easily done. That is where you have to understand that if a new situation arises, okay, out of nowhere, then how to attempt the question. If this graph is velocity versus displacement, you can always see whether this or not. Since slope is negative, I can find x, y equal mx plus c. So this is the equation of this particular slope. Fine. If I differentiate, I get acceleration. Differentiate both the side. dv by dt 0 minus, tell me, k dx by dt. So acceleration is minus k into velocity. Okay, fine. So we have got acceleration which is varying with, if acceleration is coming out to be negative, that means it has to be retardation. Okay, so one thing is for sure, the 4 graph, जो ग्राफ फर्स्ट क्वाड्रेंट में है या सेकेंड क्वाड्रेंट में है, वी हैव टू लीव दैट. Okay, don't put unnecessarily time over there, because that doesn't belong to the retardation. Find to the these 2 graphs. I mean this one and which one, and these 2, because these 3 graphs have got negative acceleration, retardation. Okay, constant, should I accept it? This is not constant. Okay, this is also not constant. I have asked that. So this is also not constant, this is also not constant. So out of these 2, anyone choose. What about this graph? Retardation is increasing or decreasing? With respect to displacement, and this retardation is decreasing with respect to distance. The velocity increasing, look at the graph, as the velocity decreasing, what was the x here? As the velocity was decreasing, x was increasing. So as far as the v and x is concerned, they are just opposite. When v in the graph, v is changing from being larger to smaller, then the x was changing from smaller to larger. So this result can also be thought of in terms of x. When v increases, in terms of v, a increases, but in terms of x, if I ask you, so which graph is true? First, the correct option. Okay. Sometimes we need to adopt this technique also. Okay, when the things are not very clear directly in multiple choice questions, discard one or two options and confine your full attention to the remaining one or two, and then zero into the concept such that you choose the one most appropriate option. Okay, there is one more question related with the graph. Question number 7. Question number 7. A ball, I hope you can do this because we have discussed. A ball is dropped vertically from a height d above. Let me read. Thank you. A ball is dropped vertically from a height d above d the ground. It hits the ground and bounces up vertically to height d by 2. Neglecting subsequent motion and air resistance, its velocity v varies with height h as given below. You have to tell me that which one is the correct option as far as the variation of velocity versus height. People, they never give that as a variable. Okay, time is missing here also. As the ball goes down, height decreases. Okay, height decreases and velocity increases. Fine. Let's try to find out. Acha, will it going to be a linear or non-linear graph? Because if you decide that out of these 4 graph can easily be either 3 discarded or 1 can be. If you say linear, then in तीनों को छोड़ दूंगा, answer तुरंत आ गया. If you say non-linear, then I have to probably leave this and I have to confine on these 3 options. Non-linear, v square is equal to u square plus 2gh. V is u0 plus 2gh. It cannot be linear. V is changing not linearly, so graph has to be non-linear. So which are the options we are going to explore? बहुत बढ़िया. Now you said as the ball goes down, the height decreases. In fact, everybody, even rickshaw wala will say this, who knows the motion under gravity, ball coming from the top and going down. That means out of all, look at, as it is arrow, as it is going, the h is decreasing. Okay, h is increasing. H is increasing because on this axis h is increasing, h increasing, h. And the other part as well. Why has it been chosen as the best particular option? As it goes, not only h is decreasing, even v is increasing. Look at this v. Okay, and after it reaches here, okay, maximum value, then probably the graph begins from the other quadrant, because there is a collision, and after collision direction is bound to be changed and some energy is lost. So that is the correct option. Fine. There is another question. Question number 1. Assignments, it's actually long back in 1982 only it has been asked in IIT exam. So by now it has figured in many assignments, but it has a little trick related to the kinematics. Since your students have been given 2 threads, these 2 threads are connecting the central mass m. These 2 ends of the pulley, the thread has been pulled down, say, with velocity. Answer that with what velocity? Resultant of what?
So both the velocities.
How to find that resultant?
So a square plus b square plus 2ab cos theta.
So don't you feel that theta is going to change every time the ball goes up?
Yes, sir.
Going to be dependent on theta, and we have to actually answer at this moment of time when these 2 threads are making angle 2 theta. So if this is the velocity u, this is the velocity u, you can find the resultant as C says. Okay, that is the resultant velocity. You calculate, you find that that is not the answer. There is a trick. Listen. If this mass goes up, naturally the thread which comes down, this thread goes down, this also goes down. If this goes down, this thread remains constant, isn't it? Because I am not going to generate any length of the thread. What I am going to do, I am going to pull it down, and therefore whatever I just pull it down, the same length I am going to have coming from the other tree. And if I assume that this is, say, A, and this is y, and this is y square, okay, differentiate the sides. 2L dt, I am assuming that this length, the same length, 0, because even if it comes up, will it be any change in this particular distance? It goes up, this is the same, so 0. 2y dy. Okay, so what is this dl by dt? It has been given, so I can write here dy by dt is the t. Okay, from the graph see y sin, check it, y upon is cos theta, because y is of this triangle, it is equal to L upon y dl by dt. dl by dt has been given in the question. L by y will be 1 upon cos theta, so the answer is u upon cos theta. It's going to be u upon cos theta. See the answers. I think one of the answers is going to be u upon cos theta. Check it out. The correct answer is, that is u upon cos theta. B is the correct answer. Okay? Ha, please. Okay. Question number? Okay, that question has to be repeated. Okay, which was the question number 10? Go back. Let me ask my children, was it clear? It's written query, not the online. So actually decreases, x increases. What I did, I have used the given graph and written down an equation of the graph to be the equation of a straight line, where m happens to be the slope, c happens to be the y intercept. Since on y axis v has been taken on x is x minus kx plus v naught. Why minus? Because slope is negative. Okay. So also the tan of the angle made by the positive direction, which happens to be obtuse angle, and differentiate dv by dt minus k dx by dt plus 0. So this is acceleration minus k v. So acceleration coming out to be linearly dependent on velocity. Okay. Now, since the velocity is linearly dependent on x, so when acceleration is linearly dependent on velocity, someone can also say that the acceleration is linearly dependent on the distance as well, because v itself depends like this. However, there is one important difference, and what is that? Because of the graph showing as the v decreasing, x increasing, so there will be in the tendency. Okay, as the v increases, whatever nature of the a in this particular formula, if I represent the same formula with respect to x, then opposite of that I have to take, consider. Okay, so if I say this value of v naught can be substituted here, you get a as minus k v naught minus kx multiply minus k v naught plus k square x. This being constant, it's very clearly now depending on x, and as the x increases, a will also increase. So out of the given option, okay, the one which we chosen, this one is the correct option, this one. All right, as the a is increasing because we are going down. Okay. Children, now
Kindly answer the reason for a equal to 0 question 1.
just show the question again, once again. I will ask my children first. Why a is 0 in this question? This question. They both are moving with a constant velocity in this direction. These two threads are being moved downward. It is given in the question there with a constant velocity. Okay, and therefore, whatever the velocity this thread will have, the same velocity obviously will be transformed to the part of the thread which is joining the mass m here. At most, what I can do, I can resolve this into two components, the horizontal component and the vertical component. The horizontal components bound to be cancelled out because there is other thread from the other side. You getting? And since that cancels out, what are we left out with? Where the acceleration will come then from? There is no question of acceleration. We are left out only with the two components, which happens to be the obviously u cos theta in upward direction. Okay?
Sir, I think they are asking about the a.
Acceleration.
The horizontal a.
That was not acceleration. That was not acceleration. That was the distance between the pulley and this vertical line. That is not acceleration. That is not acceleration.
So they are asking the reason for why we put that a square is 0 in that case.
Because that distance remains constant throughout. Throughout the process, this distance will remain constant. Whether this mass is right below here, or it goes up, or even it sticks with this particular surface, this distance will remain same. Because the mass m is opted to move in the vertical line. Okay, and these two pulleys are fixed. So there is no question of changing this distance between the pulley and this vertical line. So since that is a constant, so while differentiating, that has to be taken as 0, because differentiation of a constant is 0. Okay, children? Okay, please. In the meantime, you continue to do that question which you have noted down.
Please ask your question. Hello? Can you hear me? Please ask your question. Audio is not there. Yeah, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, good morning.
Sir.
Good morning, beta. Tell me.
Our students have the first question doubt. They can't understand the first question, sir.
Question number 1.
Question number 1.
Okay. I will explain it again.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Let me do it again. Have you understood? Question number 1? Okay, let me do it again then. These are 2 points which are being pulled in downward direction with velocity u each.
They are online. If they want to ask down, take it down.
Yeah.
They are online only.
Okay. So if I consider this length y and the distance between the pulley and this point to be, say, A, not A, you can take anything if it is confusing you. Let it be x. Then x is constant throughout the journey. However, y will change as mass goes up. And mass will go up when the 2 points P and Q, they are being pulled down. If I assume this length to be L, then I can write L square is equal to x square plus y square. Consider this theta. Now neither the L is constant or y is constant. They both are changing as the mass goes up. The only constant in this equation is, and if I opt to differentiate this equation as it goes, that differentiation of a constant is always 0 with respect to any variable. So if I differentiate, I can write this as 2L dl upon dt. I am differentiating with respect to time. If the doubt lies in the differentiation, I am sorry, I haven't done anything in differentiation yet. I am just using this knowledge, assuming that my children know about differentiation, basics of the differentiation. This is 0 plus 2y dy by dt. Just connect and try to ask whether they have understood till now, or maybe at the end of the whole process then I might have to repeat it again. Just try to understand, then I move on. Okay. Have you understood till here?
Hello.
Hello, have you understood?
Clear, sir. Thank you.
It's clear now.
Okay, clear. Maybe the
Hello?
question. Okay, is it clear now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, children. Now, do we have any other query? Please. Kinematics has a different twist from here. It has to be given a vector shape. Okay, and let me first ask you, probably the question goes to the other centers also. Basics of vectors, are you clear with? Yeah, I have to teach the basics also. Vectors, definitions, the laws, various dot and cross product concepts. Is that clear? Should I check it out? As I told you, the reflection of your response is the reflection of the center as well. So please respond me when I ask questions. What is the definition of a vector? How to define vector quickly?
So which was magnitude
As well as any direction. Okay. Give an example of any vector. Is there any vector in this room? Can you find any vector in this room? Nothing is moving? Everything is at rest? Only I am moving. Okay, fine. So the best example in this room, me myself as a vector. No, my velocity. Okay, my velocity is a vector quantity. Obviously, when you talk about a direction, you have to have a very significant notion that how to represent that direction. 4 directions are well known to us: north, south, east, west. But not necessarily your vector is going to have always these 4 directions. Okay. To represent a vector, therefore, we choose a line and we put an arrow, and that arrow marks the direction. Can we put the line as long as we are willing to? Or we can shorten the line. The length also speaks something. What that speaks? Magnitude. That means the line which we draw actually is drawn to represent the magnitude of the vector, and the arrow which we put actually is the direction. In both the cases, you have to be careful. Okay? You cannot draw as big a line as possible and one playing with the direction as and when it is required. No, you have to be particular. Fine. Is that okay? There are many types of vectors, and no, coming to the point, vector, you said the magnitude have the quantity having the magnitude as well as direction. And there is an example, electric current. So that definition is wrong, because electric current has got magnitude as well as direction. So change that definition.
Physical quantity which has got both magnitude and direction and follows the vector laws.
What are those vector laws? Addition, subtraction, whatever. So that means a quantity which has only magnitude and direction, it does not obey the laws, then it happens to be a pseudo vector. It appears to be a vector, but since it doesn't obey down the line the laws, then we call it pseudo vector, or we call it tensor. Another name can be given.
Please explain vectors
in detail. That's how I'm going. Probably I was asking them and going along. Vector has therefore the magnitude as well as direction and following the laws, whereas tensor has only magnitude and direction. It doesn't obey the laws. Whereas the scalar has got only magnitude. Okay, no direction. Quickly give examples of a scalar. Distance, speed, okay, mass, time. I have heard that time goes in one direction only. You only told me yesterday so many times that time cannot go negative direction. Time has one direction. So time has a direction. So what should I say time? Vector, scalar, or tensor? I think we should say tensor. Now since you know, you naming it, renaming it, no problem. Electric current, heat, C says vector, C says scalar, C says tensor. Now all 3. Okay, diversity, unity in diversity. Fine. Come on, tell me, if heat energy has to flow, from where to where it flows? So that means there is no confusion that it has a direction? Okay. Does it follow the law? If I have heat energy of 50 joule approaching to me from this direction and 40 joule approaching to me from this direction, at the end of the day I am going to be heated by how many joules? 90 joule. Has it got anything to do honestly with the direction through which they are approaching? Uselessly I was framing them as if something is going to happen because of the direction, same as the current. When the 2 wires approach to a junction and they carry two different current, I think you all know that it is immaterial that what exactly is the angle between the two wire, as long as the same amount of current being carried by them after joining, the third wire is going to carry the current sum of the two current. So current has to be 10, heat to be fine. Actually, by your natural experiences, you easily get to know that what are the vectors, what are the scalars, and what are the tensors by now, grown up children. Now when you deal with the vector, since we have got a direction as an additional information as compared to the scalar, we have to deal with them very cautiously, and that is where we develop certain laws which normally we do not apply in adding and subtracting or multiplying the scalars. Okay, one of the basic law. Okay, before I go to the law, how many types of vectors could be? Let's now confine to the types of vectors. So many vectors we are able to see in our routine life, but if we categorically put them in a class, then how many classes are possible? Okay, one by one. Negative vector. Negative means vector is opposite, having opposite direction. That means you have already chosen a direction.
Equal, that they are equal in magnitude but opposite in magnitude.
That means you have already chosen a direction which you have assigned to be the positive direction. That's your choice. He might not agree with you. Okay, so then don't put a class of a vector as a negative vector. You can say that class like say coplanar vector. What is the meaning of that? Lying in the same plane. Any example of coplanar vectors? Give me two vectors which are coplanar in nature. Two cars moving on the road, they have, assuming the car to be flat, they have the velocity vector in the same plane, even if they have two other direction, but the plane lies to be same. Fine, coplanar vectors happen. If I draw two lines on the board, which very often I do, probably these two lines are going to be coplanar because the plane which have been available here is single. Okay, is that okay? Similarly, spatial vector, the vector lies in a space. Fine. Orthogonal vector, yes bete. Null vector. What is that null vector? I'm very happy to listen that there is a null vector also, and I would concept if you can tell me, is it possible to have any vector with a zero velocity in our routine life? And if it is not possible in routine life, then why are we doing it? Because this is absolutely right what she said, that any vector having zero magnitude has to be null vector. For example, suppose you want to move and I said that don't move. Okay, so your velocity is going to be null vector, but where is that velocity? You haven't moved. So what magnitude you have moved? Zero magnitude. I don't know why we need to represent such a funny vector, because I'm not having any privilege to show in magnitude. And remember, in the beginning you told me that the length of that arrow marks the magnitude. So probably such vector has no place on the board. Okay, maybe dot. And how can you write the direction on a dot? Got the problem? Maybe we are not going to associate such funny vector in our practical life, routine life. Maybe that has been defined out of some context. In physics. Now let me know if any girl know that what is that context which we use to define such a funny vector called null vector.
So when we add two opposite vectors, then we get an
opposite as well as equal, and you want to add them. Okay, what do you get? When you have two opposite equal vector and opposite direction, you want to add them. What do you get? Null vector, because they being equal and opposite, naturally they are going to produce zero resultant. Difference of two vector has to be a vector. Addition of two vector has to be a vector. So just to define the difference of two equal and opposite vector, we need to define such vector which actually does not have any magnitude, but it will have a direction. Okay, I'm sorry I cannot show that direction on the board, but we have to believe that since the two vectors are equal, so whenever you subtract them, the resultant is going to be 0. Fine. It could be unit vector, another type of vector, a vector which has magnitude 1. There is a very important significance right here. Understand why we define such a vector which has a unit magnitude. Direction you can assign it, but the magnitude has to be 1. Okay, how to write that unit vector? Okay, what is the need of that vector?
Sir, improving the third law of motion through gravitation.
Okay, third law of motion in gravitation. What is third law in gravitation?
Sir, no, sir, like we have no gravitational constant into both the masses.
Okay, divided by r square.
Yes, sir.
Is equal to F.
Force vector.
Okay.
But, sir, it should be a vector, so we add a unit vector with.
Okay, so force has to be vector, so I have to write here something which represent them as a vector. Okay, that's a very good answer, I must say, because whenever I have a problem, I have a foundation of representing any scalar as a vector, I cannot change the magnitude of that scalar, because the problem was not in representing the magnitude, problem was bringing a direction. So do that, and only one has this authority to be placed besides another number and not changing the magnitude. Rest of the number they do. So we choose unit vector. Okay, whatever magnitude, length, or whatever thing you have physical quantity, if you want to convert that a vector, just put a unit vector besides it. Okay, for example, 3 unit vectors, I cap, j cap, k cap, they are basically represented along x axis and z axis. Okay, that means if I say that a car is moving 20 I cap meter per second, in which direction the car is moving? A car is moving with minus 30 k cap meter per second. In which direction the car is moving? Getting? A car is moving with 20 I cap plus 30 j cap. In which direction the car is moving? In xy plane. Direction can be calculated. Very good. That's the meaning of unit vector. Okay. Orthogonal vectors. Orthogonal. Perpendicular. Okay. An example of orthogonal vectors in your routine life? Yes, beta, you tell me. You have not spoken even a single words from yesterday. Okay. So any example of vectors which are perpendicular? 2 unit vectors from the board. Okay, very good answer. I and j, j and k. Can I say I, j, k, all 3? Yes, they are mutually perpendicular. Yes, they don't lie in a plane. I am not saying they are coplanar, but I can always say that they are orthogonal. Okay, very good. If it is moving, both car move kar rahi kal se. If a car is moving on a road, then what about the weight and the velocity? Weight of the car acts in downward direction. The velocity, obviously they have to be perpendicular. Normal reaction and the velocity? Perpendicular. Fine. Is that okay? Very good. So unit vector, orthogonal vector, parallel vector, when the 2 vectors are in the same direction. Okay. Then anti-parallel vector in the opposite direction. When the direction is 0 degree. When the direction is opposite, the angle is 180 degree. Fine. Is that clear? We can also have vectors which are constant. I wonder that how to address such vectors which are constant. What is the meaning of they being constant? We call them constant vectors. I give you one such example, you might find the definition yourself. Acceleration to gravity happens to be a constant vector as long as we don't go too much high. So what is the meaning of constant vector? Remains constant. Okay, but it is a vector. Acceleration due to gravity has both magnitude as well as direction. It follows the law. Okay, so obviously the constant vector is the vector which has got both the magnitude as well as direction constant. These are the types of vectors which we are going to deal with in further part of the kinematics. Okay, and let's now quickly understand 4 basic laws which we normally use mostly in solving the problems in kinematics. Firstly, we will talk about the equality of the vector. Then we talk about the parallelogram law or the law of addition. That happens to be the law of subtraction, more or less the same thing. Once you understand, you find that there is hardly any difference between subtraction and addition. Okay, they are almost same. And then the cross product and the dot product, multiplication of vectors. Okay, so how do you say the two vectors equal? As well as? That means when A vector is equal to B vector, it has to be same magnitude as well as same direction. Fine. Let's add two vector. Addition of two vectors. We can add them using the parallelogram law or triangular law. The triangular law and the parallelogram, eventually they land up to the same result. The resultant is given by a square plus b square plus 2ab cos theta. I am not going into the detail of this. And this angle alpha, which happens to the angle between the resultant and one of the vector, is given as, bolo, tan alpha. I can write tan inverse, no problem. This is theta, even this is theta, this is b. Ab batao, now you tell. B sin theta upon a plus b cos theta. Okay, don't get confused here also. Alpha is the angle made by the resultant vector with a vector. So try to adjust their positions. Alpha is the angle which is made by vector, resultant vector with vector a. And that is where the positions of A and B in this formula. There is hardly any confusion in this formula. But sometimes you get confused that where to write A and where to write B. Okay. See quickly another. So the same thing can be written in this triangular law as well. If this angle is theta, this angle is alpha and this angle is theta. Okay, then I can complete the triangle and I can write the same result. See how we can use this formula. Suppose I have up two vectors, 100 Newton force and 200 Newton force. Okay, I constructed a parallelogram and I ask you find the resultant. Can you find? A square plus b square plus 2ab cos theta. But I'm interested in this angle, say in this angle, say beta. So using the tan alpha is equal to b sin theta 1 a plus b cos theta, tell me what should I write? Tan beta is equal to, this angle is given, this is given theta. What should I write? Okay, 100 sin theta upon 200 plus. Very good. That means whether the parallelogram is this way or that way or whatever way, you can always write this formula addressing the A and B vector properly. Fine. Is that okay? As I told you that addition and subtractions are almost the same thing. See how I can prove it. If I write R, subtraction of two vector. If I write R as vector A minus vector B, it's vector A plus minus B. If these are the two vectors, then this would be minus B. And consequently, this parallelogram, this will be vector A minus vector B. Why there is a need to draw a parallelogram? Because if I continue to draw the same parallelogram which I drew for explaining A plus B, how many diagonals a parallelogram can have? So out of the two diagonals, one diagonal happens to be always A minus B. Okay, that means in a parallelogram, one diagonal is A plus B, the other is always A minus B. Which one will be A plus B and which one will be A minus B?
So this one will be A plus B.
This is A plus B?
Yes, sir.
And this would be
A minus B.
A minus B. Can I be certainly sure that A plus B is always going to be more than A minus B? Not necessarily. In many cases, A plus B could be even lesser in magnitude as compared to A minus B. And in some cases, even A plus B can be equal to A minus B. Let me ask. Tell me examples. In a rectangle, A plus B is always equal to A minus B, because in a rectangle, two diagonals are always equal. In magnitude, we are talking about. But tell me a situation where A plus B happens to be smaller in magnitude as compared to A minus B.
So parallelogram in the shape of a kite.
In the shape of a kite. Only if I can draw. Okay. Is it? Is it okay? So what is this angle in this case? Theta, obtuse or acute are equal to 90 degree. So either you say this or you can say that wherever the angle is more than 90 degree, A plus B happens to be smaller than A minus B. So quickly, A plus B ka mod is equal to A minus B provided theta equal to A plus B ka mod is going to be more than A minus B mod provided theta is less than 90 degree. A plus B mod is less than A minus B mod provided theta is greater than 90 degree. I hope you understand. There must be practical examples of parallelogram law and the triangular law which we are doing. There must be routine life practical example. Okay, give me one example each, triangular law and parallelogram law, before I move on. Practical example of triangular law.
We find out displacements. Person is, so suppose a person is at position A.
Okay.
He moves to B.
Okay.
And he moves to C.
Okay. So if a person starts from A and moves to B and then he moves to C. Okay. Something like that. Started from A, reaches to B and then goes to C. Then what is the displacement he is going to carry? This displacement can be obtained as vector A, this vector A and this vector say B. You can measure it. If you know these lengths, you know this angle, you can always apply the formula, or if you know the scale and all these angles details, you can always put on the scale and measure this scale. Fine, you can find it out. Parallelogram law. Any example of parallelogram law?
So it's moving and person is moving.
There's a rain falling down and the person is moving in a direction with umbrella, holding the umbrella in his hand. Then
To calculate the direction of umbrella.
with respect to a very practical example of don't make that complicated, because I know that these cases are going to come down the line. Kinematics doesn't come to an end until we solve the problems of raindrop and swimmer and river, because there happens to be a little confusion. But imagine a bird flying, imagine a swimmer swimming. If I am a swimmer and you hold my one hand, Okay, tag it with my body and then allow me to swim from only one hand. You know what I will do? If I do, I will be making a circular, path. But once you open this hand and then you allow me to swim, then you know what I will do? I will always go straight. And the reason why I'm going to every action has equal and opposite reaction. So this action has brought me one reaction in this direction. This action has brought me another reaction in this direction. The resultant of these two is in the forward direction. I learned this from the bird only.
So even when we move, so when we walk.
Exactly. Okay. Just to make balance, one needs to wave the hands together in the same way. Otherwise, it will be very disbalanced. All those things. Okay. So, parallelogram law, triangular law, they have a plenty of applications in our life. Let's children quickly move to the other operations in vector. Yeah, please. Should I complete and then take it? Yeah. Just ask them to hold, because it will take only 5-10 minutes me to complete this. There is another operation, multiplication. Multiplication of two vectors. Why we need to multiply? To get a business. Okay, we need to multiply to get a business. 2 into 2 is 4. Okay, 2 into 8 is 16. 2 plus 8 is not 16. That's a 10 only. So we need in vector also. Sometimes we are working with a physical quantity. We might not get satisfied with the addition and subtraction all the time. We need to multiply them. For example, work done. If you want to find the work done, basically it doesn't happen to be the sum of two quantities. It happens to be the product of force and displacement, because of the nature of the physical quantity. So if I do that, I have to put a very serious question that what about the direction? I can multiply. If you give me the force 100 Newton and give me the displacement 10 meter, I can always opt to multiply the way I have been doing. Simply, so into 5, 500. But what about the direction? Can we go ahead with multiplying, ignoring the direction? Certainly not. Certainly not. Because direction happens to be one of the key aspects of any vector. So we have to learn that when you multiply, what happens to the direction? There are two different ways of addressing this situation. When we multiply with the dot, call it dot product. We also call it a scalar product. And this scalar product is going to be written as Fs cos theta. Okay, that means if I have two vector A and vector B, the dot product of this is AB cos theta. It is known as scalar product because the resultant finally is scalar. Okay, this has no direction. These two are having direction. So we do this multiplication whenever we have to find a third quantity out of two quantity, whereas the third quantity does not possess any direction. But both the quantities using which we are finding the third quantity, they have the direction. Work done is one example. Power is another example. Dot product of force and velocity. Okay, there are so many examples. Now we can understand, see children quickly, we can understand this dot product this way also. It's a vector A, it's a vector B. Okay. I told you that direction is a problem here. So one of the way to remove this problem is to have only that component of this vector which is along this vector and leave the other one. Because if I want to address the multiplication of two numbers the way I have been doing, this is what I am going to do. But in a way, when I am doing it, I am not taking the whole B vector magnitude into the consideration. I am interested only that part of the vector B which is actually along A. So I am not exactly neglecting the direction, I am just address it smartly. So what I do, I will leave A, I take the component of B along A, forget about the other one, and then I will multiply, you will get the same answer. Okay. So what is the component of B along A? B cos theta. What is this and this product going to be? AB cos theta. So the meaning of finding the dot product is actually addressing to the situation in such a way that we are actually concerned with that part of a vector which is inclined, which is directed towards the another vector, because then we can easily find the product. If you go by this way, जो मैंने अभी भी समझाया, if you have understood, let me check your understanding. What happens when the two vectors are perpendicular? Wait. What is the component of this vector along A? B cos 90. What is cos 90? 0. And therefore no product. That means this does not have any. So naturally the dot product of two vectors is 0 when they are having 90 degree. Okay, I can call this as a condition of orthogonality also. Whenever I have two vectors, I don't know whether they are perpendicular or not, but I have been asked to check. I will find out the dot product. If I get the answer 0, I will say thank you very much, the given vectors are perpendicular. So condition of orthogonality. Fine. When this result is going to be positive and when this result is going to be negative? Positive. Then positive, when cos theta is negative, then negative. That means when theta is acute, then when theta is obtuse, negative. Remember this. When this result is going to be minimum and when this result is going to be maximum? Minimum when theta is 90 or theta is 180? Because when theta is 180, then cos 180 is? So minus AB. And maximum? When theta is 0 degree, that is AB. Okay. What about a square of any physical quantity? If I want to square of any physical quantity, say there is a physical quantity A, I want to find a square. Okay, A happens to be a vector, then exactly we are always going to do dot product, because this happens to be A cos 0, which is a square. So a square of any physical quantity is always the dot product. Remember, okay, a square of always dot product, and a square of a physical quantity, whether it's a vector or a scalar, is always going to be scalar. Okay, force square can never be vector. Force square is always going to be a scalar. Clear? Now, another type of consideration of the direction when we go multiplying two vector like this, we call this as vector product or cross product. Why do we call vector product? Because the result happens to be A cross B happens to be a vector. We write this as AB sin theta n cap. Okay. Is it okay the way I am doing it? Little revision if you have done in class 11th before, because you are at the verge of completing the syllabus in your school, so must be SHM or waves or maybe heat and thermodynamics going on in your schools. This might have been done by you in the beginning, okay, but in revising it we are actually touching upon those basics which we otherwise require in solving the problems. Okay, I am not going to do derivations, but A cross B is AB sin theta n cap. What is n cap here? Unit vector. Is that okay? Is that sufficient? Something else also. Unit vector. Any unit vector can be n cap? No. It has another specification. N cap has to be a unit vector which is actually perpendicular to the plane consisting of both vector A and vector B. Okay. So if I have two vectors in this plane of the board, say vector A and vector B, okay, and I have to multiply them, I have to find the n cap, I have to find cross product, then there are two possibilities. One is above the board, perpendicularly above the board, other is inside the board. Which one to choose? According to the rule says that, right hand thumb rule says that hold the two vectors in your right hand, grip them, hold them, and while you are holding them, keep on looking the thumb. Okay, that A cross B. The same diagram, if I ask B cross A, I have to start from B. Okay, this is the way we hold. We cannot hold like this. Okay, this is the way you hold. So naturally B cross A, it goes inside. Okay, everybody has pen. Open the cap. If you have that cap which get opened by virtue of rotating it clockwise and anti-clockwise. If you have that, even I don't have. I have one. Wait. No, sorry. You have? Okay, give me. Yeah. If I rotate it clockwise, okay, you all know what is going to happen. The cap is going to come up. Okay. When I rotate clockwise, from my perspective, the direction which I am going to result into is outward. When I rotate anti-clockwise, it is going to be inward. Look at the board again. When I say A cross B, I am doing clockwise or anti-clockwise? And therefore, it's coming up. I think the first time I went opposite. I went wrong. It's a coming up. See. So anti-clockwise, no pen can be opened clockwise. All the pens go open anti-clockwise. Anti-clockwise coming up and clockwise down. So when I say clockwise B cross A, down, and anti-clockwise A cross B, up. Remember this. Fine. Wherever we are using the cross product in physics, we are actually going to address this directional rule to find the resultant. One of the example in physics to find the cross product is R cross F. I know that you all know this. This is a very famous vector and very strong as well. It plays a very pivotal role in explaining the whole concept of rotational dynamics. What do you call this vector? Torque. And torque actually is made up of two vectors, radius vector and force vector. Okay. When you rotate a body, choosing a radius vector and applying a force vector, then the body responds, body rotates. Wherever the body is going to rotate, decide the plane of rotation, and then just by looking at whether the rotational plane rotation is occurring in clockwise or anti-clockwise, you can always find out the direction of torque. Be it the door of a house, okay, or hand of a cricket player while bowling, okay, or be it the fellow who used to construct this utensils, okay. He also has that system where he rotates it clockwise, anti-clockwise, then beautifully he puts the shape of the whole this process, and when he does it, just watch it, what he does. He does clockwise or anti-clockwise, okay, so that he generates a torque, and by virtue of that torque, he generates the result. So we can find out the cross product using A cross B. Quickly, A cross B is going to be 0 in which situation? So say that this is the condition of parallelism. A dot B 0, condition of orthogonality. A cross B equal to 0, condition of parallelism. Two vectors parallel, A cross B will be 0. When is it going to be maximum? So A cross B is going to AB mod, okay, when theta is 90 degree. Fine. Is that okay? We can quickly learn all these things once again in 5 minutes maximum with the help of resolution technique, because we do require to address the vectors most of the time in terms of I cap, J cap and K cap. Now if I write a vector, resolution, if I write a vector A in terms of I AX plus J AY plus K AZ, what is the meaning of this? We have got a vector in space. We have got a vector in space, say y axis, x axis, z axis, and this vector has got 3 component. Okay, one along x-axis, other along y-axis, and another along z-axis. And we write this using, since we are writing sum, so we must be following the law of vector addition, either triangular law or, because that is the only law we have learned to add the 2 vectors. Okay, fine. It's very easy to understand. If I draw perpendicular on this plane and I join it, I can write this angle as 90 degree. Okay. Since this is along y-axis, we can always write this as AY j cap. This. Fine. If I join this to the x-axis, wherever it joins here, then naturally this length is going to be AX I cap. Why I cap? Because along. If I draw perpendicular here, then this will be this one. This one is going to be AZ K cap. Same here. Okay. Now see this triangle. Arrow, I've reached here. You told me displacement in the beginning. How to write the displacement? This plus this. Whenever we add this, the triangular law, 2 vectors in continuation, they add on and they result into the third one. Okay. So if I begin from here and I reach here, I can do this job by so many ways. One of the ways, firstly I reached here, say how much? I cap AX. Then I took 90 degree turn, reached here, say how much? No, this one, y to a, this one. So say plus AZ K cap. Fine, I got this resultant. Yeah, because going here and coming here is same as this. Okay, that means if I go here, that means this much, and just took a turn and go here, I reach the same point. And how much is this distance? So using 2 times triangular law, I can get this result. Once in this triangle, in which plane? XZ plane, and next in this triangle. Not in a plane but not necessarily in XYZ plane, this triangle. I can add on only in this, I can add on only AZ K cap. So this is a vector. Now this is a resolution of vector. That means in space a vector can have 3 components. Now when you know these 3 components, we can always write the length of the vector in terms of these components. That's going to be AX square plus AY square plus AZ square ka magnitude. You can prove using those triangle. Okay. If it is in 2 dimension and this is the vector A, it will have how many component? That means A vector will be I cap AX plus J cap AY. This would be say theta, this would be AY, this would be AX. So tan theta would be AY by AX. But what about in 3 dimension? Because in 3 dimension, vector still will have a direction. In 2 dimension, the direction is going to be obviously the ratio of the 2 components, AY upon AX, tan theta. In 3 dimension, children, we use another concept called direction cosine. And these direction cosines could be totally new for you, so I am writing it, just note down. Direction cosines could be cos alpha, say x-axis से angle alpha है ax upon a, cos beta ay upon a, cos gamma az upon a, where alpha, beta, gamma are angles made by the vector with x-axis, y-axis and z-axis. Naturally, these 3 are 3 different axes in 3 different plane. We are not supposed to be adding them and finding 180 degree or those kind of things which we do in normal plane geometry. However, these are the direction cosines. One thing is very much visible by watching the direction cosine, that squaring and adding them, we are going to result square them and add them. Cos square alpha plus cos square beta plus cos square gamma. Ax square upon a square, ay square upon a square, az square upon, add them. What is ax square plus ay square plus az square? A square. Cancel. So, direction cosines give us a formula, cos square alpha plus cos square beta plus cos square gamma is equal to 1. This is how they are related. Fine? Now children, I, J, K, they are going to play significant role whenever we use them in finding the addition, subtraction, multiplication. So if we understand their interrelation in terms of addition, subtraction and multiplication, probably whichever vector has been given in their terms can easily be added, subtracted or multiplied. Easy. So when you add I and I, the result is I. Naturally, I and J, no, adding. So naturally I and J remains I and J, I plus J only. Okay. You are actually adding two vectors in two different directions. So that that happens to be in a plane. Fine. But if I multiply them, I dot I, it's going to be 1. Similarly, J dot J, K dot K. If we change I dot J, very good, you already know this. If I write I cross I, why 0? 0 degrees, so obviously 0. And what about I cross J? No, those who say 1, they are wrong. Okay, K, fine, written. What about J cross K? No, wrong again. So what you learn, A dot B is B dot A, but A cross B is not B cross A. That means A dot B is commutative in nature, whereas A cross B is not commutative in nature. Okay? And naturally, I told you one is in outward direction, other one is inward direction. They are not equal in direction. You can always learn it by this. Make a circle, write I, J, K, write a plus sign, and please address them the way the arrow has been put. You can learn it. Simple. I think you must be knowing it. Your teacher might have told you. Okay? I cross J is K, J cross K is I, K cross I is J. But as long as you are going in this direction, then only take plus. Understood? Hai? When you go the other direction, take minus. Okay? Is that okay? Using this method, which I just told you, I can write A dot B and A cross B very quickly as AX BX plus AY BY plus AZ BZ, and A cross B as determinant of IJK AX AY AZ BX BY BZ. When you solve it, plus minus plus I, you must be knowing how to solve it. Should I leave it? Okay. You can solve it and you can get the result. Fine. Is it okay? There are two very significant applications of vector in kinematics. Though the vector is going to be a talking point almost in whole physics everywhere, including class 12th. Okay. Even we begin the class 12 by electrostatics, which has got electric field, okay, electric force, Coulomb's law, all vectors, then magnetic field. But in kinematics, particularly the problems of raindrops, okay, or the swimmer crossing the river, or the relative velocity, these problems need to be understood or explained through the vector approach. Okay, fine. Should I take doubts now? So that means next time whenever we are going to continue, we are going to continue with the applications of vector in solving the problems of kinematics. I have done till vector. I started with the motion, different frame of references, then graphical analysis of kinematics, and then conversion of the graph, okay, and then those derivations of equations of motion,
problems based on motion under gravity, certain sign conventions, and today continued with the graph and then vectors. Problems based on these concepts you need to tackle now. Your job begins. Whole 1 week long exercise. Wherever you find the problems, probably begin with the booklet, okay, which has been given to you, then tablet, references which has been given. For your help, I have already given certain questions which they are going to pose. These questions are, I will give you certain more. These questions can be downloaded by you and you can always go through. Attempt them. If you have problem in solving any of the questions, there are certain channels which have already been developed for your help only, apart from me. That means before coming to me, you can always pose your questions, your doubts through the proper channel. If it has been addressed, nothing like that. If it remains, it is going to be answered next time whenever we meet. Fine? Let us take doubts first, online doubts, and then probably I will take the doubts of the children if you have. You can find out your doubts in case you have. Sorry? Orthogonal vector, anybody? Anybody can tell me again what is orthogonal vector? Two vectors when they are perpendicular, they are known as orthogonal vector. For example, a car moving on a road, the velocity of the car and the weight of the car, they have to be orthogonal, provided the car is flat. Okay? If it is inclined plane, then I'm sorry, they don't be orthogonal in that situation.
What are tensor quantities?
What are?
Tensor quantities.
The whole physical quantity in physics can be classified into 3 categories. The one which has got neither direction nor they follow any laws, we call them scalar, like mass, okay, speed, etc. The one which has got both magnitude as well as direction, but still they don't obey the laws, we call them tensors, like electric current. And the one which has got magnitude as well as direction and obey the laws, we call them vectors.
Explain outline angle between 2 or 3 vectors.
That's a very good question. Very good question. I think probably, children, you be ready. I want to check whether you know this before I answer. From which center this question is coming?
JNV tick mark.
Okay. How to find the angle between 2 vectors? I am drawing 2 vectors, you have to tell me the angle. Let me confuse you. What is the answer? 60 degree or 120 degree? I have drawn 2 vectors, vector A and vector B. Vector A, vector B. What is the angle between them? So that's why I said this is a very good question. Somehow that I missed when I was teaching. 120 degree? How many of you say 120 degree? Raise your hands. All of you. Okay. Why not 60 degree? You're telling about certain convention. Okay, let me tell that. That's good that you know. Actually, finding the direction of 2 vector, we need to adopt certain convention. Otherwise, there will be always a confusion. We go either by head and head together, or we go by tail and tail together. Until we get head and tail, we are not supposed to be concluding about the angle. Otherwise, there will be a mistake. Okay, when head, this is what I mean. When I say tail, this is what I mean. So head or tail. There is no doubt that head and tail happens to be the same thing in different language. Because if I continue move, have I changed the direction? No. This vector remains. If I continue to move, and vertically applied angles are always equal. So either someone says, iske upar dekho, idhar se niche nahi. Either someone says head or someone says tail. They are addressing the same situation. That means angle between 2 vectors, the proper answer of that question is always when the vectors are visibly appearing with the head or tail. Otherwise, do it. extrapolate them and make it head or tail. Next.
Can you discuss the question 10 of the practice problem in part 1 in the booklet?
Question 10. Practice problem. Let me see. Let the angle between two non-zero vectors A and B be 120 degree. Should I continue? We have two vectors and they are inclined at 120 degree, vector A and vector B. Tell me children, what is the resultant? This is the resultant. We write the resultant as A plus B. What is that A plus B resultant going to be? Magnitude of that? A square plus B square plus 2AB cos 120 degree, which is A square plus B square. What is cos 120? Minus half. So this becomes minus AB. Find A minus B also. I told you A minus B, how to find A minus B. If this is A, this is B, then this would be B minus B. And if this is 120, then this remaining will be 60 degree. So rather than taking angle 120 degree, I have to take angle 60 degree. Rest of the process remains the same. Because in this diagonal has to be calculated. So I can write A square plus B square plus 2AB cos 60 degree. Either I do this or I can also do A square plus B square minus 2AB cos 120 degree. They both will give the same result. I am finding A minus B now. Find out. A square plus B square plus AB. So this is your subtraction, not the resultant. Resultant is always A plus B. C is the resultant. C must be less than, now the options are C must be equal to A minus B, C must be less than A minus B, C must be greater than A minus B, and C must be equal to A minus B. I think two options are same. A and D, they are same by mistake. Okay, so we consider only three options as if given. Let us choose out of that. What is the answer given? Where is the resultant? This is the resultant. A square plus B square minus AB. Remember, you are subtracting something from this to find this result. Okay. Whereas A minus B, A square plus B square plus AB. Which is more? A minus B or A plus B? Naturally, A minus B is more. So the resultant is going to be, so the option should be, okay. Maybe certain children, when you go through the booklet, you will find that certain things are little misprinted or maybe little wrong. I request you all not to make any fuss of that, just to note down that, circle that, and whenever you have such kind of sessions or even through the helpline, you can always pose your doubts and we can help you out by letting you know that what is wrong. Maybe in the text also, if you find something conceptually wrong, you can encircle it. Fine? Any other question?
Angular velocity is a scalar or vector quantity, and why?
Good question again. I haven't done it because I was not doing that circular motion with you, but probably you must be knowing that what is angular velocity. What is angular velocity? How do you define angular velocity? Theta by t. What is theta? Angular displacement. So if angular velocity is theta by t, if theta is the angular displacement and theta happens to be a vector, actually angular velocity is a vector quantity. That is how it goes. But there is a very interesting twist in the whole process, and that is why it's a very good question, and I want all of you to listen me very carefully. Okay, let's now examine our whole result of angular displacement from these two perspectives. Okay, I have angular displacement, say delta theta, and I have produced this by having combination of two angular displacements, delta theta 1 and delta theta 2. If delta theta 1 plus delta theta 2 or delta theta 2 plus delta theta 1, if they produce the same result, that means delta theta happens to be a vector quantity, because A plus B, okay, is going to be B plus A as far as the magnitude is concerned, resultant is concerned. But it doesn't happen for all angles. It happens for a small angle. As the angle deviates after certain values, then this result starts deviating. Okay. For example, if I take this book UDAAN, okay, and see this page and rotate this for small angle. Firstly, about this axis, I have rotated this, okay, and then secondly about this axis, say this. Where is this UDAAN facing now? AC. Okay, UDAAN is facing AC. Fine. Now I will do the same process, but this time I will choose little more angle and see where this UDAAN is going to face. About this axis first. Okay, I was doing initially like this, so I will do like this. Thoda zyada kar diya angle. Fine. And about this also a little more. Where is this result facing? At least not towards AC. Okay, it's now towards DC. Okay, I mean that rectifier, that device, not necessarily towards the which we got. That means when the angle goes more, then the delta theta 1 plus delta theta 2, they are not going to be the same. They are different. That means if we define angular velocity for a small angle, it has to be taken as vector. But when we go for large value, then we are not supposed to be considering that as a vector. Normally we define angular velocity for small values only, for a small displacement, angular displacement, and for a small angle. So we call instantaneous velocity. And for uniform circular motion, angular velocity remains to be constant. And this happens to be one of those vector which has same direction. And I told you that vector which we call as constant vector. And that direction is along the axis of rotation, which I will be doing in a little elaborated manner once we do the rotational dynamics. Because in the category there are alpha, torque, angular momentum, so many physical quantities, axial vectors. Next question.
What are polar and axial vectors?
Axial, just now I told, probably that query might have been resolved if they are listening me carefully. Axial vectors, the vectors which are directed along the axis. Polar vectors is a very interesting point, very interesting question. Okay, anybody sitting here, if no, please help me out. Polar vector. Have you heard about, first let me tell you, have you heard about?
If the origin of two vectors are same, if they are originating from the same point, then they are said to be the polar vectors.
I have understood. If the origin happens to be the same, that means if suppose I have got two velocity, okay, they started from the same point, one in this direction, one in this direction, maybe one in north direction, one in east direction, then they are supposed to be polar vector. Actually, polar vectors or the non-polar vectors may be associated with the polar coordinates, and polar coordinate is r theta phi. In 3 dimension it is r theta phi, in 2 dimension it is only r theta. And what is r theta? R comma theta. If this is origin, I am coming to your point, if this is origin and this is the reference line, if I use this reference line to make the angle, then this angle is theta and this length is say radius, say r. So the coordinate of this point will be r comma theta. Okay. If the origin, as this girl says, if the origin is remaining same and I reach to another point, then and keep the r same, then naturally r theta 1. Even if you want to change the r, you are supposed to be changing it. Obviously the length, this magnitude will increase, but the origin remains same. Such kind of vectors we can say polar vectors, which has got initial point same and obviously the coordinate wise the vectors are rotating. Give them the angle as another coordinate apart from the radius vector, and axial already I told you.
Could you please solve question number 2 and 5?
Of assignment booklet?
Did not mention anything.
So how can I solve if I don't know?
Please explain question number 7 on page 66.
Page 66. Open children. आप ले लो ये. Just see if this question belongs to relative velocity or any such cases, then we are going to address it the case when we do the relative velocity. 3 particles starts from the origin at the same time, one with velocity v1 along x-axis, got it? The second along the y-axis with velocity v2, okay? So both are perpendicularly moving, one along x-axis, other along y-axis. The velocity is being different v1 and v2, and the third along xy line, x equal to y line. What is that x equal to y line? Making angle 45 degree from both the axes. Fine. The velocity of the third, so that 3 may always lie on the same line, is, you can find it, 3 may lie on the same line. Obviously the resultant of the 2 should be addressing the x equal to y line. Okay, you can find that velocity. You are getting? The resultant of y wala velocity and the x wala velocity should lie in the other velocity x equal to y. Anything else? Let me see, my children, even they must have doubt and they are waiting for that. Anyway, if any.
Practice problem of part 1, question number 2.
Practice problem of part 1, question number 2. Where is that?
Page number 24.
Practice problem. Question number?
Question number 10.
Question number 2 तो page number 24 पे है ही नहीं है. It's not there in this.
Part 1, question number 10.
That I have already explained. That I have explained. Anything else?
Practice problem of part 1, question number 2.
Practice problem, question number 2. Page, is it page mentioned there?
No, sir. Part 1.
Page 26. If A is equal to B plus C and the magnitude of A, B and C are 5, 4, 3 units, the angle between A and C is, you can try. Have you done it? Got it? Got the answer? It's easy. A is B plus C given, vector A is given B plus C and the magnitude of A, B and C are also given, 5, 4 and 3 units. Fine, as if you have been given 3 vectors and the 3 vectors are related by the formula A equal to B plus C. The angle between A and C, you can use that diagram of vector addition to find the angle. If I write A as B plus C, what is the meaning of this? This is A, okay, and this is B, this is C. Got it? This is what has been given. And the magnitude is 5, 4 and 3. That means this is 4 unit, this is 3 unit and this is 5 unit. Fine? You can find the angle. Children, it's a very much visible that it's a 5, 4 and 3. When you calculate the square of 4 and the square of 3, I'm sorry, I want to write something, but mathematics is not allowing me to write, because by here I got the result. You're getting my point? No. I can write a square plus b square plus 2ab cos theta, but the square of 4 is square of 3. When you add, that is 25, and the square root of that is 5, which is my resultant. That means I am not allowed to go on further. That means the cos theta is 0. That means theta is 90 degree. So the two vectors has got 90 degree angle, B and C. And then obviously anybody can find this angle. Anybody can find this angle. Okay? Please connect. Yes, please ask your question. Can you hear me? Collinear. Okay. In fact, I left somewhere the position vector. Anybody knows position vector? When you join origin with any position of a point, that vector is known as position vector. That means if I have a point whose coordinate is 2, 3, tell me quickly in I cap and j cap ke term mein, 2i cap plus 3j cap. Very good. If I have a point whose coordinate is 2, 3, minus 5. 5. Okay? These are the position vectors. Vectors joined with the coordinates and the origin. Similarly, collinear vectors are the vectors which happens to be in the same line. Okay? They are called collinear vectors. Now, problems from you. You have any problem, please ask. We have time? We have time?
Sir, I have studied somewhere else that collinear vectors are those vectors which have same starting points.
Then how can they be collinear? Because collinear, is it? The vectors which starts from the same point, they are collinear? Same line, I think. Both of us might not be correct here. Either you are correct or I am correct. But let me tell you honestly, I'm ready to be accepting both. If you are correct, absolutely fine. If I am correct, it has to be fine. You have to accept it. So probably they are co-originated vector. They have the same origin. Okay, but they are not collinear, because the meaning of collinear when they have the same line. Okay, if I have two cars moving along x-axis, then the velocities of these two cars are collinear. Okay? Any other doubt? See children, the question number 7, Urja. Urja has a problem. Question number 7, page number 26. Choose the wrong statement. Come on. 3 vectors of different magnitude may be combined to give 0 resultant. A plus B plus C always makes a triangle. and when you make a triangle, you come back to the same point from where you started. That means the resultant is 0. So it is not wrong, it is correct. Next one, two vectors of different magnitudes can be combined to give 0 resultant. Maximum what we can do to make them 0 is to subtract them, because that is where the maximum try to nullify each other. I hope you understand. Whenever two vectors trying to nullify each other, the maximum what we can do from our side is let them align in anti-parallel direction. And once you do that, we are actually doing subtraction. And if they are not equal in magnitude, how can they bring the result 0? So I think this is the wrong statement. आगे बढ़ें, छोड़ दें फिर पढ़ लेते हैं. ठीक है? Let's make some more concepts clear. The product of a scalar and a vector is a vector quantity. The product of a scalar and a vector is a vector quantity. It is true, okay? Because when you multiply by the scalar, what you are changing at most, you are changing the magnitude. Direction is unaffected. All of above are wrong statements. Obviously, this itself is a wrong statement. Okay, fine. Ninth question. Ninth we have just discussed. Oh, no. This is we discussed 10th. If two non-zero vectors, whenever we have doubts among us, then we will develop a wonderful technique. Okay, one girl's doubt first will be answered by another girl if you have the answer, and then I will breathe in the meantime, and then if you answer, then obviously that answer we can debate on, and if it's correct, then we'll go along. Otherwise, then I will intervene. I will tell you the right answer. Fine. So the question is, if two non-zero vectors A and B obey the relation A minus B is equal to B, the angle between them is, anybody sitting over here? A minus B equal to B. Why don't you do? Why you are thinking? If you're not able to apply, then start doing it, because the formula which I have been told, one of the formula can be applied. Find A minus B and equal to B, and see what theta comes. It's going to go to 0. Tell me what is A minus B. A minus B, A square mod of that, A square plus minus 2AB cos theta. And what is B mod? B. If I equate and square both the side, A square plus B square minus 2AB cos theta is equal to B square cancel. Okay. Then A square is equal to 2AB cos theta. ठीक है, A cancel, A is equal to 2B cos theta. Cos theta is equal to A upon 2B.
So A minus B is given to be B here. So A
A minus B is given to be B.
Then A will become 2B.
A will become 2B, but you are A minus B. No, but tell me one thing. A minus B is given 2B, A is given B. That means A is equal to 2B vector. So you have to take mod, na? So A mod is equal to 2B mod. So if you substitute, you get 2B upon 2B. So theta is equal to 0 degree. So which answer is the correct answer? D is the correct answer. Okay. Next. Please.
Can we find change in direction with the help of acceleration time?
Yes, girls. If there is an acceleration time graph, can we find the change in direction? What is given in acceleration time graph? On y-axis acceleration, on x-axis time. So at most we have been provided the information that how acceleration is changing with respect to time.
In this sort of graph.
Yeah. So we how can we find the direction here?
So this is positive and this is
No, but probably you are confused. Let me tell you that when there is a retardation, that does not mean that direction is essentially changed. If I am running and suddenly you say ki sir ruk jao, then ruk jao doesn't mean that I will immediately turn back. Ruk jao simply means that I will retard. And when I am retardating, don't you feel that I continue to move in the same direction? So retardation can be a flare which happens to be direction wise the same as the acceleration. Okay, and consequently when there is an acceleration time graph, there is no clue at all can be drawn about the direction. Therefore, we need to have certain more information in order to get the direction. Displacement time graph, absolutely fine. Velocity time graph, absolutely fine. Similarly, speed time graph, we cannot find out any change in direction. Okay? Anything else? Any other doubt? I am expecting more doubt next time from that content which we have discussed. And since now we are going to move towards the application parts of vector, okay, we are going to have definitely the problem related with the raindrop and swimmer, which normally are the problems asked in the competitive examinations. It was just the basic which we are doing today. Question number 2, page number 24. Question number 2, page number 24. You are going ahead. Hurry up. Do it. Done it? Draw the diagram, you might find the result. Anybody has done? You have been asked that increase the magnitude of P, increase the magnitude of Q. Earlier, if the Q was Q, make it double, make it 2Q. And when you do so, then the this P vector, the resultant becomes perpendicular to the P. P is not changed, P remains the same. See children, if this is the resultant and this is P, this is Q, in fact 2Q. This is given. If you make the value of Q double, then the resultant becomes perpendicular to Q or P? Perpendicular to P. If suppose I choose any Q, choose any value of Q in whichever direction. Suppose I choose Q in this direction. What is the resultant? What is the angle between resultant and this? Theta. Okay, if I keep on increasing it, this keep on increasing. Okay, I have to make P and Q incline in the beginning such that when I increase it to a value 2Q, say earlier it was P and Q vector incline at angle say alpha, and I have a resultant. I have a resultant of P and Q which has got angle say theta. Okay, I can find the relation between theta, P and Q using this. Next time suppose I make, without changing the direction, I make the Q double to this previous value. Take this angle 90 degree. And when you take this angle 90 degree, then the formula which you have learned, tan alpha is equal to B sin theta upon A plus B cos theta. We can use tan alpha ke place pe tan 90 degree. And you all know tan 90 is infinity. That means numerator upon denominator ke help se dekhoge to infinity is equal to sum numerator upon 0. That means make this result 0. Okay, and then you get another relation. It is already given this time Q is case of the previous value. Okay, so to find the answer, you will get a relation. R can be calculated. When you find R, then obviously once you find the relation, then you go for R equal to P square plus Q square plus 2PQ cos theta. The angle between them is given already. Anything else? Do have?
Online question,
Please.
If three vectors are given,
Whose booklet is this?
if three vectors are given, then how can we calculate the resultant of the corresponding vectors?
Children, listen carefully. If the three vectors are given, then how can we? What is the question?
How can we calculate the resultant of
You can flash the question there on the board.
This one is the first question, sir.
I'm leaving. In 2 minutes I'm winding. Where is the question?
First one, sir.
If three vectors are given, then how can we calculate the resultant of the corresponding vectors? Obviously we can use polygon law, or if suppose polygon, since I have not discussed that polygon very quickly, what the polygon law says that, yes beta, what is the polygon law?
If number of vectors are two vectors and you have to find the resultant of those vectors in the resultant final line joining.
So vectorially I can write R equal to vector A plus vector B plus vector C plus, naturally we will end up constructing a polygon. But actually this doesn't give us any formula to find the resultant in a go. We have to break into further triangle only. So the answer of that question is, if three vectors are given, first you are supposed to be finding the resultant of two of them, and then take the resultant of the two of them along with the third one to find the next resultant, both in terms of magnitude as well as direction. Now let me add on. ऐसे तो बहुत difficult हो जाएगा, because if it is not 3, it is 4, 5, then probably it's going to be a very tedious job. Then what do we do? Let me ask if anybody knows. If suppose I have got 50 vectors, probably it's going to be 1 month exercise. Then there is a technique, and that technique says that take all the vectors, okay, from one point, address them as per their angle and the magnitude. You can always do that. So make them co-initial, and then resolve them into two preferred perpendicular directions along x-axis say and along, then go on finding the net of all the x components and net of all the y component, and then at the end of the day what is the resultant? Obviously ax, what is ax? Summation of all ax I goes from 1 to n. Similarly ay, summation of all ay's, I goes from 1 to n. You can say j. No, I was actually that summation number. You got it now? Okay. This you will do when you do the equilibrium of a body under the action of so many concurrent forces. If there are 3-4 forces acting on a body and still the body happens to be in equilibrium, then you can resolve the forces into x axis and y axis and then find the summation of forces along x axis, summation along y axis, and go out finding the resultant like this. Okay? Thank you very much, and hope that next time we are going to confine more on the problems which you bring as well as the problems outside, because vector and the graph, as far as the teaching is concerned, it's enough. Now we need to move on towards the problems, and as we move on towards the problem, we need to classify them into various categories. Okay, let us do problems here which are actually belonging to the J level, IT level, because now basics have been done. Okay, however, I will be still willing to teach you the concept related with the swimmer crossing a river, addressing that what is the shortest possible distance, shortest possible time, minimizing the drift, etc. Also problems related with the raindrop umbrella. Okay, thank you all. Thank you very much. You're going to take it out?
theta is equal to m1 minus m2 mod value over 1 plus m1 m2, where m1 and m2 is the slope of the two lines. Special forms of the straight lines, all the possible forms. सबसे पहली form y is equal to mx plus c, slope intercept form. Then we have one point form, slope and one point. Y minus y1 is equal to m into x minus x1. 2 point form, y minus y1 or y2, we can write either of them, equal to y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1 into x minus, अगर वहाँ y1 है तो यहाँ x1 है, वहाँ y2 तो यहाँ x2. ये 2 point form. Then we have done the intercept form, x over a plus y over b equal to 1, where a and b are x and y intercepts. It means a is the length of the intercept on the x-axis and b is the length of the intercept on the y-axis. If it is negative, then the intercept is on the other side, minus a and minus b, or a and minus b, whatever it might be. That is the intercept form. Then we have the normal form. Normal form is which form? Where perpendicular from the origin on the line is given, P, and the angle that perpendicular makes with the positive direction of x-axis is given, alpha. So what is the equation? X cos alpha plus y sin alpha equal to P. P, where P is the length of the perpendicular. Any other form? One more form is there, and that is the general form. What is the form? ax plus by plus c is equal to 0. अब प्लीज इसको थोड़ा ध्यान से सुनिए. ax plus by plus c equal to 0, where x and y are the variables and a, b, c are constants. कितना constant है? We have to find the value of the three constants. तो कितनी इक्वेशन चाहिए? हाँ, लगता है 3 इक्वेशन चाहिए, पर 3 नहीं चाहिए. That is the beauty of this. क्यों? कैसे? This I would like to tell you. कर दो आप, अगर सब तैयार हैं वहां तो.
रेडी है क्या?
All right then, good morning and good afternoon to all of you. Welcome to this class of mathematics. The topic is coordinate geometry, straight line. We talked about this straight line last time also, and we drove some of the forms of the straight line. One of the things that I must talk about is this: ax plus by plus c is equal to 0. This is the general equation of a straight line. General equation. It has three constants a, b and c. If those three constants are known, then the line is uniquely known. It would appear that to find these three constants, we need three equations. But that is not the case, because the right hand side is 0. And therefore, it is enough to find two of them, and the third will be automatically known to us. How? Assume c is not equal to 0. If c is not 0, let us divide by c. We can divide by c. And the equation becomes a over minus c, or a over c, x plus b over c y plus 1 is equal to 0, which is ax plus by plus 1 equal to 0. We can find a and b if two conditions are given. If two equations are given, we can find a and b. We find a and b by given two conditions. Say A, which is equal to A over C, is equal to K1, and B, which is B over C, is equal to K2. Suppose these are the two values which we have received or obtained after solving for A and B two equations which we obtained by the two conditions which are given. Those two conditions can be point number 1, point number 2 lies on the line. We will substitute those and get an equation in AB. We will put the second one, we will get one more equation, we can solve it for AB. So A over C is K1, B over C is K2. This implies, इसको ज़रा silent कर दो. This implies A over K1, A over K1 is equal to C over 1. And this also implies, this one implies, second one, B over K2. B over K2 is also C from here. B over K2 is equal to C over 1. So I know the values, and suppose this is equal to R, say. So I know what is A. A will be equal to K1R, B will be equal to K2R, and C will be equal to R. Right? I can substitute this value in the given equation. When I put these values, substitute in 1. Let us call this equation 1. Substitute in 1. You see, R will be common throughout. So I will have R, inside I will have K1x plus K2y plus 1 equal to 0. Cancel out R because R is not 0, and that implies K1x plus K2y plus 1 is equal to 0, which means A and B, solution of A and B will give me the required answer. So only two conditions are required, we don't require the third condition. And that is why to determine a line, remember I told you last time, we must have at least two conditions before we can find the equation of uniquely. Uniquely. If only one condition is given, then there are a number of lines which will satisfy that condition. For example, find a line parallel to y-axis. Suppose this is the question. Find a line parallel to y-axis. How many lines are there parallel to y-axis? Infinite. So you'll have many answers. Why? What will be the equation of that line parallel to y-axis? X equal to A. X equal to A. For different values of A, you will get different lines. So to uniquely determine that line, I must have one more condition. For example, it passes through this point, or it is at a distance of this and this, whatever the second condition may be. If we have one more condition, then we will be able to find out A uniquely. And I've just shown you that this is the minimum that we require. In the question, any student who starts with this, when a line is to be obtained, will always come to the solution, but it will take a long time. And therefore, when picking up the line, the form of the line, we must have a specific question in mind. Depending upon the question, we'll choose the line, the form of the line that is required. And one last thing before I proceed further. There is one more way of writing the line. Something you should keep in mind. You remember, slope of line is m, slope m. Equal to tan theta, passes through x1, y1. Let us suppose we talk about this line. Slope m, which is tan theta. That is, it is a line which makes an angle of theta with the positive direction of x-axis and passes through x1, y1. Let us see this. What is this? It simply means if I have this is the line, this angle is theta, and it is passing through x1, y1. This is the line I am talking about. What is the equation of this line? Equation of this line is, you know this, y minus y1 is equal to tan theta into x minus x1. This is the equation. Equation of the line is y minus y1 is equal to tan theta into x minus x1. Now I am going to write this equation in slightly different form, which you have not done so far. What is that? I will write this as sin theta over cos theta. Cos theta I will write under this, and sin theta I will transfer to the other side. This implies x minus x1 over cos theta is equal to y minus y1 over sin theta. This is also the equation of a line. This is also the equation of the same line. We have now introduced theta in this. Why do we need this and where will we need it? It's also very important to note this. I can rewrite this a little further. How? Equal to r से. जैसे we had done it just in the previous case, here also we are doing this. These two are equal, so they must be equal to something. I can now find x and I can find y. Cross multiply by cos theta and transfer x1 on the other side. This implies x is equal to x1 plus r cos theta. Y is equal to y1 plus r sin theta. Theta can take any value from 0 to 2 pi. Keep on rotating. What does this mean?
Find the coordinates.
Yes.
We can find the coordinates.
We can?
Find the points.
Which one?
So x and y. So
What is x and y? X and y is any point on the line. X and y is any point on the line. This is xy. This is also xy. It is also x and y. Different values are there for x and y, but xy is a point on the line P. Call this Q. X minus x1. What does R represent? This is the, and this will be used at many places. R is the distance of the point P from Q. R is the distance of the point P from Q. If R is positive, Q is P is to the right of Q. And if R is negative, then P is to the left of Q. This is something you must remember. So P, x1 plus r cos theta, y1 plus r sin theta is an arbitrary point on the line for different values of r. For different values of r, we get different. For different values of r, we get different points. For different values of r, we get points on the line. Why arbitrary? The question says find a point which is 5 units away from this. So we will write this arbitrary point and find the value of r so that that point is 5 distance away from it. Using the distance formula, I can find the distance between q. That should be equal to 5. That will give me the value of r. At present, r is arbitrary, and that is why the point is arbitrary. For a fixed value of r, it will be a fixed point. For positive value of r, it will be point to the right. For negative value of r, it will be a point to the left. This is also the equation of the line. This is also the equation of the line. This is also the equation of the line. It is called the parametric form of the equation of the line. Parametric form. Parametric form of the equation of the line. X minus x1 over cos theta is equal to y minus y1 over sin theta. Why parametric? I told you last time. Meter is something which is fixed. You already know this is meter. Finish. In this equation, ax plus by plus c is equal to 0. X is independent variable, y is dependent variable. As you have already been told that they are connected. There are only two variables. If I know x, I will know y. If I know y, I will know x. A third variable has been introduced, theta. By giving different values to theta, I will get different values of y and x. Once I know y, I will know x. But both x and y are now depending on a third variable which I have introduced from my own side, which determines the position of x and y. That is why it is not the primary variable, but it is a secondary variable which has been introduced. That's why it is known as parameter. It's not the real determination. It doesn't determine in reality, because the moment I give one value of theta, I get y, and from y I can find x. But if I know x, I can find y. So basically, it is x and y which are dependent on each other. Knowing one of them, I know the other. And this third variable which has been introduced is a variable which will determine both of them simultaneously. For the same value, there will be value of x. For the same value of theta, there will be value of y. And we will have a form which is known as parametric form. ये कहाँ use होगी? This will also be used many places. Again, it has only one variable, theta. That's it. Because I know x1, y1. x1, y1 is known to me. Theta is the only variable. I will be able to eliminate theta to get our required result. And wherever distance is to be found, find a point so much distance away from a given point, we will always use this form. That form will be used. We will have to find the value of r only. Once I know r, theta is known to me, x1, y1 are known to me. The moment I know r, I will be able to find that point. This is the parametric form of the equation of the line. All right, let's take a few questions before I move further. There are one or two more things which have to be done, because कौन सा क्वेश्चन लें जो आपके उसमें आए हों, कभी एग्ज़ाम में आते हैं. मेरा बैग कहाँ था उसमें? मेरा बैग ये नहीं है. शायद कमरे में छोड़ा हूँ. देखो कमरे में होगा, नीचे सामने जो मैडम का नया कमरा बन रहा है ना, शायद उसमें. प्लीज़. All right, let us look at this. All right, open page 41. Page 41. Let us look at number 2, for example. A line L, just write down this question. This is from the question papers of IIT earlier. A line passes through the origin. A line passing through the origin is perpendicular to the line. A line passing through the origin is perpendicular to the line 3x minus 4y plus 7 equal to 0. Passes through origin and perpendicular to this. Find the coordinates of the point on L. A line L, this is L. A line L passes through the origin and is perpendicular to this. Find coordinates of the point on L at a distance 5. At a distance 5 from the point of intersection of the two lines. From the point of intersection of two lines. Ready? What is the question? We are given a line. We are given a line. This line is 3x minus 4y plus 7 is equal to 0. Line L. This is the line L. Then we have a second line which passes through origin. Passes through origin and is perpendicular to this line. This is a line. Origin may be anywhere. It can be here. This is the second line. We have to find a point on this second line, which is at a distance 5 from where? From the point of intersection, from P. L1. To find point at a distance 5 from P on line L1. That is what the question is. So what do we have to do? At home, when you are doing these questions, think about an answer. Exam mein time nahi hoga. So you must be familiar with all these types of questions. On this type of question, this is the method to be applied. On this type of question, this is the method to be applied. These you must be familiar with in the exam. वहाँ तो सोचने का time, फिर then you will not be able to do many questions. So therefore, if you are at home very free with this type of questions, you try 10, 20, 100 questions of different types, and after some time you know if this is the type of question, this is the method. If this is the type of question, this is the method. This is the type of line I have to use. You will be able to do it very fast. But you can't think it over there. That will not be the right thing to do unless you have never seen a question of that type. Then of course you will have to think. But if you have seen questions of that type, mostly questions initially that will be asked will be those which you might have already seen at home. They may not be the exact questions, but questions of that type. So here is a question where we are given a line, we are given a point through which a second line passes which is perpendicular to this line, and on that line we have to find points which are at a distance phi from this. So first of all, since distance is given and we have to find points, so parametric form should be used. The one that I have just told you, we should be using that form, number one. Which equation must be written in that parametric form? It is the equation of line L1 which is written in that form, not L2. It is equation L1 which must be written in that form to get the required answer. So this is, remember that equation, keep one thing in mind here also, x minus x1 over cos theta is equal to y minus y1 over sin theta. And the beauty is that keep this also in mind, that cos square theta. So let us see now. So what is the equation of line L1? Line L1. There are two ways of writing it. One is y minus y1 is equal to slope into x minus x1, point slope form. Why? We know the point 0, 0. Know the slope of this line? Yes. Why we know the slope of this line? Because it is perpendicular to the other line and the product of the slope is minus 1. You can use that. Let us see two methods. Method 1. Y minus 0 is equal to, what is the slope of L? Let me write that. Slope of L is kitni? 3 by 4. Slope of L is 3 by 4. Coefficient of x over coefficient of y with a minus sign. So 3 by 4. तो इसकी slope कितनी हो जाएगी? Minus 4 by 3. Minus 4 by 3 into x minus 0. Which means 3x plus 4y is 0. We will have to write it in this form, so I'll write it in that form. X over 3 is equal to y over minus 4. X over 3 is equal to y over minus 4. ठीक है? Everybody agrees? और second method क्या होगा? If this is the equation of a line, what is the equation of a line perpendicular to it? You remember, interchange these coefficients and interchange the sign also. Right? Method 2, any line perpendicular to L has equation. क्या equation है वो? 4x plus 3y plus k is equal to 0. 4x plus 3y plus k equal to 0. Interchange the coefficients of x and y and interchange the sign between them. Right? If it is ax plus by, the perpendicular will become bx minus ay. So we have used that. Now how do you find k? Second condition. Second condition is that 0, 0 lies on it. So 0, 0 lies on it. 0, 0 lies on it. So 0. इसमें 0, 0 substitute कर दीजिए. When you substitute 0, 0, you 0 plus like you can write this. All right, we can use any one. Second method I prefer because you know that any line which is perpendicular to that line can be written like this. Then find k. All right, लेकिन this has to be written like this. x1 y1 x1 y1 यहाँ क्या होगा? 0 0. हमें distance भी 0 0 से निकालना है. So p is sorry. We have to find the point of intersection. I'm sorry. What is the point of intersection? P. Point of intersection. क्या है? Point of intersection is solve this equation and this equation. Solve them. Please solve it. Solve 3x, 4x plus 3y is equal to 0 and 3x minus 4y plus 7 equal to 0. Solve this. क्या है? Minus 21 over 25? Minus 21 over 25? ठीक है ये कि नहीं? Multiply this equation with 4, multiply this with 3. तो ये 16x plus 12y is equal to 0 and 12x minus 16y plus 28 equal to 0. क्या किया ना? इसको 4 से किया है तो उस उल्टा कर दिया 4, हाँ उसको 3 से करना है. दिस इज by 3, 9x minus 12y plus 21. Multiply the first equation by 4 and second equation by 3 and add them. So 5x plus 21 equals 0. 25x plus 21 equals 0. So x is minus 21 by 25. How much is y? 28 by 25. 28 by 25. Now, also line L1 can also be written as y minus 28 by 25 is equal to minus 4 by 3 into x minus x plus 21 by 25. और नाउ स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्म वही नीचे ले आए इसको और उसको उधर रखें. तो जो पहले लिखा था हमने x प्लस 21 ओवर 5 डिवाइडेड बाय कितना है नीचे 3 इज इक्वल टू y माइनस 28 बाई 5 और नीचे माइनस 4. दिस इज वेयर वी हैव टू राइट द इक्वेशन इन पैरामीट्रिक फॉर्म इक्वल टू आर. इक्वल टू आर. अब हमें आर की वैल्यू निकालनी है. इक्वल टू आर से आगे से भी लिख दीजिए. मान लिया ये दोनों आर के बराबर है. So what is an arbitrary point? So arbitrary point on the line on L1 is 3r minus 21 by 5 comma 3r plus 28 by 5. 3r नहीं minus 4r minus 4r. थ्री आर ये उधर जाके माइनस हो जाएगा. सो माइनस 21 बाई 5 माइनस 4r और ये उधर जाके प्लस हो जाएगा प्लस 28 बाई 5. दिस इज एनी पॉइंट. यहाँ का पॉइंट इट कैन बी हेयर, इट कैन बी हेयर, इट कैन बी हेयर. एनी वन ऑफ दिस पॉइंट इज लाइक दिस. फॉर डिफरेंट वैल्यूज ऑफ r we will get different points. What do we want? We want that point for which r is equal to 5. The distance is 5. So is find out the distance between this point and that point P. इसको आप M कह लीजिए. तो ये M हो गया. MP, फाइंड आउट MP, डिस्टेंस फार्मूला कोई मुश्किल नहीं है, वो कट जाएंगे क्योंकि ये P है हमारा और ये M है, तो जब हम इसको सब्ट्रैक्ट करेंगे तो 21/25 विल कैंसल आउट, 28/25 will all cancel out. All I will get will be 3r square plus 4r square. So what is the MP square is equal to 3r square plus 4r square, which is equal to 16r square plus 9r square, 25r square, and that is equal to 25, given 5 square. Distance is 5. So it will be 5 square, that will be 25. Everybody understands this? Please, let's go through this. नहीं समझ आया? Distance formula, apply distance formula. Distance formula कैसे करेंगे आप? x2 माइनस x1 कितना आया? कितना बचा? तो 3r स्क्वायर प्लस y2 माइनस y1, ये कितना आएगा? -4r, -4r स्क्वायर या 4r स्क्वायर एक ही बात है, चलो इसको -4r लिख देते हैं अगर आप को चिंता है तो, -4r. This will be equal to 9r square. This will be 16r square. तो 25r square. और डिस्टेंस दिया कितना हुआ है? We want m such that MP is 5. यही चाहते हैं ना हम. मैं थोड़ा सा एक स्टेप बीच में से हटा देता हूँ so that you, but I thought you should understand now. We want that point whose distance from P is 5. So MP 5. So how much is MP square? 25. So MP is 25. So MP square is 25. तो ये दोनों वैल्यू बराबर होनी चाहिए ना. So 25r square is 25. So how much is r square? 1. So how much is r? No. प्लस माइनस 1. दोनों तरफ पॉइंट आएगा. इसे हमने सोचा नहीं, लेकिन वो मैथमेटिक्स हैज टेकन केयर ऑफ दिस, द अलजेब्रा हैज टेकन केयर ऑफ दिस, दैट इवन दो वी सेड ओके लेट अस टेक 1 पॉइंट m, वो कह रहा नहीं 2 आ रहे हैं भाई, आप एक कैसे कह रहे हो? देयर आर 2 पॉइंट्स एंड देयर आर 2 पॉइंट्स, वन ऑन आइदर साइड. सो अलजेब्रा हैज ऑटोमेटिकली टेकन केयर ऑफ इवन दो वी डिड नॉट कंसिडर कि सेकेंड भी हो सकता है. वंस वी हैव r इज इक्वल टू प्लस माइनस 1, वो वैल्यू यहां लगा दो. When r is 1, m is equal to m1 is equal to, यहां पर 1 वैल्यू लगाइए. जब 1 लगाएंगे तो क्या आएगा? -3 माइनस 21/5, तो कितना आया? माइनस 25 है ये. So minus 3 minus 21/25. 25 into 3, 75. 75 minus 21. कितना हुआ? 54. So 54/25. कामा. यहां 1 लगाइए तो -4 into 25 minus 100. Minus 100 plus 28, 72. So minus 72/25. That will be 1 point. Second point, when r is -1. Say m is m2. Second point, अब यहां -1 लगाइए तो -1 will make it -75. -75 minus 21, -96/25. और जब यहां माइनस लगाएंगे तो दिस विल बिकम प्लस. 100 plus 28. So 128 by 25. These will be the 2 points on the line. इसी किस्म के क्वेश्चन आएंगे where it will be a mixture of 2-3 things. आपको परपेंडिकुलर भी यूज करना पड़ेगा, पैरामीट्रिक फॉर्म यूज करनी पड़ेगी, डिस्टेंस फार्मूला लगाना पड़ेगा, पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरसेक्शन निकालना पड़ेगा. 2-3 things are required. You will be simply using all your knowledge to get this. इसमें कुछ नया नहीं है. It's something you already know, you have already learned. So wherever it's a question of finding a point at a distance from a particular point, parametric form is the easiest way of doing that. ठीक है. और पैरामीट्रिक फॉर्म जिस पॉइंट से हमने डिस्टेंस निकालना है दैट मस्ट बी हियर. ओरिजिनल इक्वेशन में नहीं था. ओरिजिनल इक्वेशन तो 0 0 से शुरू हुई थी. बट वी विल हैव टू राइट द गिवन इक्वेशन in the form of parametric equation using the point from where we have to find the distance. That is something which if you keep that in mind, things will not be that bad. All right. एक और बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन है. आई डोंट नो व्हाई दे हैव पुट दिस. वो ये क्वेश्चन था. लुक एट क्वेश्चन नंबर 4 ऑन पेज 41. लेट अस लुक एट दिस. चलिए पहले भी 1 मिनट उसको करने से पहले कुछ और करते हैं, देन आई विल कम टू दैट. In the multiple choice questions, sometimes the answers are more helpful than the solution. If you are able to eliminate 3 answers, then you are immediately able to say this is the 4th answer. But that doesn't mean that you should not know how to solve that question, because a good answer, a good paper setter will make sure that 2 answers, at least 2 answers look absolutely certain. कि ये भी हो सकता है और ये भी हो सकता है. Then there is no other way than finding the solution. Unfortunately, there is a question here in which there is only one possible answer, और वो आंसर आपको क्लियर नजर आ रहा है, and that will give you the required thing. Look at question number 2 on page 41. The line 3x minus 4y plus 7. ये यही की लाइन है जो भी मैंने लिखी थी. ये जो क्वेश्चन अभी किया है ना, ये मैंने खुद ही बनाया. इट्स नॉट देयर इन हियर और इट हैज नॉट बीन आस्क्ड एनीवेयर. शायद इसलिए ये लाइन ले ली होगी मैंने. द लाइन दिस इज रोटेटेड थ्रू एन एंगल पाई बाई 4 इन द क्लॉकवाइज डायरेक्शन अबाउट द पॉइंट -1 क्या है ये लाइन जो भी की हमने. हियर इज द पॉइंट -1 1. This line is 3x minus 4y plus 7 equal to 0. This point lies on it. Obviously, you can check up. -1 डालेंगे तो ये -3, 1 डालेंगे तो -4, तो -7 plus 7 0. It lies on it. इस लाइन को इस पॉइंट से रोटेट किया है हमने क्लॉकवाइज. डायरेक्शन ऑफ रोटेशन इज इंपॉर्टेंट. Suppose direction of rotation is not given, then what happens? I'll look at that. It is rotated clockwise. So it is rotated clockwise means in this direction. That is the direction of rotation. Find the equation of the new line. Is rotated. The equation of the line, its new position. So when this line is rotated through this, what will be the equation of the new line? Find the equation of the new line. कैसे करेंगे ये? So new line में obviously क्योंकि we rotated it through an angle, तो ये बन जाएगी. एंगल कितना है? पाई बाई 4. पाई बाई 4. We have done this. What is the equation of a line whose slope is m? हमने क्या किया हुआ? We have done this. Here is a line, slope m. Find the equation of a line which makes an angle theta with it or alpha with it. तो 2 आएंगे ना आंसर. तो हमारे आंसर क्या आए थे, जो इस लाइन की स्लोप क्या है और इस लाइन की स्लोप क्या है. इस लाइन की स्लोप हमने निकाली थी m माइनस टेन अल्फा ओवर 1 प्लस m टेन अल्फा, और इस लाइन की स्लोप हमने निकाली थी m प्लस टेन अल्फा ओवर 1 माइनस m टेन अल्फा. That is what the slope of the new line is. अब ये कैसे याद रहेगा, माइनस कहाँ लगाना है, प्लस कहाँ लगाना है. ऑब्वियसली यही तो प्रॉब्लम है ना, माइनस कहाँ प्लस कहाँ. कैन somebody tell me why we should have minus there and why we should have plus there? Angles are measured from the x-axis in the counterclockwise direction. Counterclockwise. इसका मतलब ये है कि ये जो लाइन है, इट इज मेकिंग ए लार्जर एंगल देन दिस लाइन, लार्जर एंगल. तो इसलिए द लाइन, द एंगल ऑफ दिस लाइन विल बी स्मॉलर देन द अदर लाइन, एंड दैट इज व्हाई वी हैव माइनस साइन. And the angle, if it is rotated in the anti-clockwise direction, the angle of the new line will be more than the angle of the previous line, and therefore we will have plus. As simple as that. When it is rotated clockwise, the angle of inclination decreases. So we remove that angle, the tan of that. And when it is rotated in the anti-clockwise direction, the angle of rotation, the angle of inclination increases. And therefore the slope increases, and therefore we will have a plus sign. So this is how we do it. So for finding out the equation of the new line, this is the old line L, and this is the new line L1. To find the equation of the new line L1 of the same line in the new position, we will use this formula to get the required answer. So equation, इसकी slope कितनी है? Slope of L, call this line L. Slope of L is 3/4. हमने पिछली बार भी यही निकाली थी, 3/4. Let M be the slope of L in its new form, in its new position. After a rotation of pi/4 clockwise around point -1, 1. Then M is equal to m minus tan alpha, which means minus 3/4 minus 1 divided by, this is tan pi/4, tan pi/4 is 1, divided by 1 plus m is 3/4 into 1. Remember, because tan pi/4 is 1. M minus tan alpha over 1 plus m1 into m2. Simplify this. Minus 1/4 over 7/4. तो कितना आ गया? Minus 1/7. Minus 1/7. So what is the, now we have to write down the equation. कौन सा फॉर्मूला यूज करेंगे? क्या मालूम है हमें? यस, पॉइंट स्लो फॉर्म. पॉइंट मालूम है हमें. कौन सा पॉइंट है? -1, 1. द न्यू लाइन ऑल्सो पासिस थ्रू दिस एंड वी नो द स्लोप. देयरफॉर इक्वेशन ऑफ L1 using point slope form is y minus 1 is equal to minus 1/7 into x plus 1. Point is minus 1, 1 and slope is minus 1 by 7. So cross multiply and get the answer 7y minus 7 minus x minus 1. So x plus 7y minus 6 equals 0. X plus 7y minus 6 equals 0. So question answer is A, right? That's it. So whatever the method required is to be used, we are using that to get the required answer. Here is one more question of the same type. Please write it down. This is also one of the questions from the exam. Let A, B, C, D be non-zero. You simply write, don't write A, B, C, D, all non-zero. This is the given. If the point of intersection of the lines 4ax plus 2ay plus c is equal to 0 and 5bx plus 2by plus d is equal to 0. If the point of intersection of the lines 4ax plus 2ay plus c equal to 0 and 5bx plus 2by plus d is equal to 0 lies in the fourth quadrant. And is equidistant from both axes. Lies in the fourth quadrant and is equidistant from both the axes. Then what happens? Then what is the connection between A, B, C, D? That's the question. Then what is the connection between A, B, C, and D? Lies in the fourth and is equidistant from both. This is whatever this distance is R, this is also R. Point of intersection lies in this. So first of all, we must find out the point of intersection. As simple as that. How do we find out the point of intersection? I think you are familiar with this. Let me see. 4ax plus 2ay plus c is equal to 0 and 5bx plus 2by plus d is equal to 0. X over is equal to y over is equal to 1 over. Are you familiar with this? मालूम है ना? किसको नहीं मालूम? Raise your hand if you don't know. If you don't know, then I'll let you know how to do this. If you don't know, method is very simple. Basically, ये coefficients को ही लिख लेना है और so when we are finding out for x, you remove this and look at the remaining coefficients. Only coefficients. This is c into 1. Please understand, this c is to 1 and d is d into 1. So इनका coefficient जो है वो c और d हैं. So 2a into d cross multiply from top to left, top to bottom, from left to right, and then from left to right and with a minus sign. So 2ad minus 2bc. This is what you will get over x. X over is that right? हाँ आप लास्ट में जो ठीक है y ओवर क्या होगा बताओ फिर जरा अगर ठीक है तो y over 4a,
4a minus 5b.
इसको हटाया मैंने, तो फिर आगे चलेंगे ना, तो पहले तो ये आएगा, फिर वो आएगा. दिस इज इट्स कंटिन्यूइंग फर्दर एज इफ जब मैंने इसको किया तो दीज आर द टू लेफ्ट, जब इसको किया तो यहां जाना है हमने, वहां नहीं जाना. दिस इज समथिंग केप्ट इन माइंड. ठीक है. सो व्हेन वी आर डूइंग फॉर दिस, इट विल बी c into 5b, so it will be 5bc and minus 4ad, minus 4ad. This is something you must keep in mind. अगर ये नहीं आता तो क्वेश्चन अलग लिख लीजिए, जैसे वो ट्राइंगल में करते हैं ना, एरिया ऑफ ए ट्राइंगल, x1 y1 x2 y2 x3 y3 फिर x1 y1 लिख लेते हैं. यू कैन राइट इट लाइक दैट एंड यू विल गेट द सेम थिंग. ठीक है. That you can start from here and go on. ये यहाँ से शुरू करके continue. And now 1 over. जब ये 1 over है तो we are back here. Now it will be 8ab minus 10ab. तो कितना हुआ ये? minus 2ab. minus 2ab. ठीक है. So x की वैल्यू आ जाएगी, y की वैल्यू आ जाएगी. So x will be 2ad minus 2bc over minus 2ab, and y will be equal to 5bc minus 4ad over minus 2ab. In the question, we wanted to find out the point of intersection. It was required, we have found it out. The point of intersection of the lines. So one part we have done. This lies in the fourth quadrant. Fourth quadrant का क्या मतलब हुआ? X will be positive but Y will be negative. That is all we know in the fourth quadrant. So, but there is one more condition given. Equidistance है.
Y will be minus x.
Beautiful, wonderful. So y will be minus x given. Y is equal to minus x. That is something that has to be kept in mind. That's all. Mod of x is mod of y. Actually, mod of x is same as mod of y, but x is positive, so mod of x will be x. But y is negative, so mod of y will be minus y. Please understand this. In this particular case, fourth quadrant will mean mod of x is mod of y. That is the distance. Mod of x is x because x is positive, and mod of y is minus y because y is negative. Therefore, mod x equal to mod y means x is minus y. That's what we have written over here. So put this equal to this with a minus sign. ये नीचे वाला portion cancel हो जाएगा. So we'll have minus 2ad plus 2bc is equal to 5bc minus 4ad. ये जरा, if anybody has not understood this, let me know. Minus 2ad plus 2bc is equal to 5bc minus 4ad. Minus x. Minus x will mean we put a minus sign. This I have cancelled out. Minus 2ab and minus 2ab cancels out. Cancel minus 2ab. They are all non-zero. Since they are all non-zero, so therefore obviously this will also be non-zero and I can cancel it. So minus 2ab cancel. So minus 2ad plus 2bc. Now collect this. This will be equal to 3bc. And if I take this on the other side, so minus 2ad. So 3bc minus 2ad is equal to 0. That is the condition on ABC. 3bc minus 2ad equal to 0 must be one of the answers, and that will be the required result. Concurrent line also we had done last time, right? Now, two small things and then this book has some mistakes, either printing errors are there, Some explanations are also not there. I'll keep on pointing them out as and when we come. I'll suggest them that they should have it corrected after some time. We are given these two lines, line L1 and line L2. They have a certain angle between them. We want to find the bisectors. Bisector. Given line L1 and line L2, how to write down the equation of line L? This line L. Given line L1, L2, to find the equation of line L, which is the bisector of the angle between L1 and L2. We can write down the equation of L1. Let us suppose L1 is our standard form A1x plus B1y plus C1 equal to 0. And L2 is A2x plus B2y plus C2 equal to 0. What is the property of the bisector of the angle? Makes an equal angle, तो ठीक है. This angle is same as this angle. Alpha by 2 or alpha is fine. कोई और property भी है? Any other property? मैं यहाँ, if I take a point on this, नहीं, ये ज़रा ठीक नहीं है ना, इसलिए let us see if I draw this like this. If this is the bisector, this has the property that the perpendicular distance from this on both the lines is equal. This is same. Every point is same. These are similar triangles. You can look at the triangle OABP. These are similar triangles. Why? This angle is equal to this angle. Both are 90. And this angle is equal to this angle. So automatically third angle will also be there. And since they have one line in common, so therefore these not only are similar triangles, but they are congruent triangles. Initially they are similar, but one side is common. So if the ratios are same, and if one of the sides is common, then all sides must be same, must be of same length. So therefore this will be equal to this. These two triangles become congruent, and once they are congruent, then these two are also equal. If two triangles are similar, then their sides are in the same ratio, and if one ratio comes out to be 1, then all other ratios will also be 1. So D is equal to D. It means all points on this line satisfy this condition that D is D. So it is the locus of all points equidistant from the two lines. Bisector of the angle between L1 and L2 is the locus of all points equidistant from L1 and L2. So if this point is P, xy, then how much is D from L1 and how much is D from L2? We know how to find the perpendicular distance. क्या फार्मूला है perpendicular distance का? इसके कोऑर्डिनेट्स इसमें डाल दिए जाएंगे. ठीक है, इसको x1 y1 कर लो, कोई बात नहीं. Then D is equal to a1 x1 plus b1 y1 plus c over a square plus b square under the root mod value. This is the formula for the perpendicular distance from P on the one line L1. It is also equal to a2 x1 plus b2 y1 plus c2 over a1 square b1 square a2 square plus b2 square under the root mod value. So I can remove this. These two must be equal. And every point x1, y1 must satisfy this. Every point x1, y1 is. So what is the equation then? Change x1 to x and y1 to y, and that will give you the required equation. So required equation is a1x plus b1y plus c over a1 square plus b1 square under the root is equal to a2x plus b2y plus c2 over a2 square plus b2 square under the root mod value. Change x1 to x, y1 to y. That is how you find the locus. Every x1, y1 must satisfy this on the line, so replace x1 by x, y1 by y. अब ये mod है. What does it mean? It means either they have the same sign or they have the opposite sign. So I can remove this and write plus minus. So I will have a1x plus b1y plus c over under root a square plus a1 square plus b1 square is equal to plus minus a2x plus b2y plus c2 over a2 square plus b2 square under the root. तो ये तो दो इक्वेशन आ गई. अगेन सी दिस. हमने तो सोचा था एक ही होगी, बट देयर आर टू ऑफ देम. दूसरी कौन सी है?
प्लस के साथ एक माइनस के साथ.
नहीं, दूसरी वहां कौन सी है? बाहर वाला एंगल. यस, आफ्टर ऑल एंगल बाइसेक्टर बिटवीन दीज. ये भी एंगल है और दूसरा भी एंगल है. ये भी तो एंगल है ना, ये वाला भी एंगल है. तो दूसरा बाइसेक्टर ये है. And algebra has taken care of that. We automatically got two bisectors, even though I started with only one. So there are, every pair of lines will have two bisectors. One internal bisector of the internal angle and one bisector of the external angle. और आपने पढ़ा हुआ है, what is the angle between the two bisectors? These two bisectors are at right angles to each other. This is perpendicular to this. क्योंकि total angle कितना है? 360. Obviously 180 is the angle between the two lines. 180 है ना, ये angle और ये angle मिला के 180 है, तो उसका आधा होगा ये. So it is 90 degree. They are perpendicular. आप यहाँ अगर इनकी slope निकालेंगे दोनों लाइनों की अलग अलग, product of their slopes will be -1. यहाँ से automatically आ जाएगा, even if you don't know geometrically. So the product of, so this is the final formula. If you are asked to find the equation of the bisectors of two lines, this is it. And this is mutually perpendicular. Mutually perpendicular. This is something you must keep in mind. You must know this, that the bisector of the internal angle and the bisector of the external angle are mutually perpendicular. They make an angle of 90 degree. All right. इसका क्वेश्चन है, let us look at that. अब वहाँ मैं आपको कुछ बताना चाहता हूँ, because that is a good question. That is question number, उसी पेज पे 41 पे, question number 4. Let us look at question number 4. Page 41, question 4. क्या क्वेश्चन है? वन ऑफ द बाइसेक्टर ऑफ द एंगल बिटवीन लाइन्स, लाइन्स जो दी हुई हैं, लाइन्स ए इंटू एक्स माइनस वन होल स्क्वायर प्लस 2h इंटू एक्स माइनस वन वाई माइनस वन प्लस बी इंटू वाई माइनस टू होल स्क्वायर. One of the bisector of this क्या है? वन ऑफ द बाइसेक्टर्स x प्लस 2y माइनस 5, x प्लस 2y माइनस 5 इज इक्वल टू 0. देन द अदर बाइसेक्टर इज, 4 आंसर दिए हुए हैं. देन द अदर बाइसेक्टर इज अगर आपको लाइंस की इक्वेशन, रिमेंबर लाइन की इक्वेशन में क्या है? इट मस्ट हैव डिग्री ऑफ x1, इट मस्ट हैव डिग्री ऑफ y1, देयर शुड बी नो प्रोडक्ट टर्म. यह है ना? दिस इज द 3 कंडीशंस व्हिच मस्ट बी सेटिस्फाइड बिफोर ए लीनियर इक्वेशन कैन बी कॉल्ड द इक्वेशन ऑफ ए स्ट्रेट लाइन. यहां तो वो नहीं है, पर यहां दोनों लाइनों की इक्वेशन इकट्ठी लिखी हुई है. यू सी, इफ यू हैव, you remember you have done it. If AB is equal to 0, what does it mean? This means either A is 0 or B is equal to 0. तो आपके पास 2 इक्वेशन आ जाती हैं. This simply means you write down the factors of this. इसका एक फैक्टर होगा a1x plus b1y plus c1 equal to 0. a1x प्लस b1y प्लस c1 लेफ्ट हैंड साइड का. दूसरा फैक्टर होगा a2x प्लस b2y प्लस c2. तो दिस कैन बी रिटन एज द प्रोडक्ट ऑफ 2 लीनियर थिंग्स. वन ऑफ देम इज 0, सेकेंड ऑफ देम इज 0. वो 2 लाइनें आएंगी. इस केस में जरा मुश्किल है आपके लिए, बट देयर मे बी क्वेश्चंस वेयर द फैक्टराइजेशन इज इजी. यू डू द फैक्टराइजेशन, राइट डाउन 2 लीनियर इक्वेशंस, दोज विल बी द इक्वेशन ऑफ द लाइंस. पर इसमें तो ए बी एच है, वो भी हमें मालूम नहीं है. तो इस क्वेश्चन इज दैट, टेल मी ए वैल्यू ऑफ x एंड वैल्यू ऑफ y विच विल मेक द लेफ्ट हैंड साइड इक्वल टू 0. वैल्यू ऑफ x एंड वैल्यू ऑफ y that makes left hand side of 1 0.
X is equals to 1 and y is equals to 2.
X equal to 1,
Y is equals to 2.
wonderful. Yes, answer x is equal to 1, y is equal to 2. It means both the lines will always pass through 1 2. Both the lines will always pass through 1 2. That is their common value. और हमें जो दिया हुआ है बाइसेक्टर, does that pass through 1 or 2 or not? Just see. That also passes through 1 and 2. So this is the way the lines look like. This is 1 2. This is line L1. This is line L2, and this is bisector. One bisector, which is given to be x plus 2y minus 5 0. ये कुछ दिया हुआ है. This is difference we have drawn from what is given to us. यही आप लोगों ने करना है एग्जाम में, और ये तभी होगा if you practice such questions again and again, if you come across such questions again and again. बार बार ऐसे क्वेश्चन नहीं आएंगे तो फिर आप भूल जाओगे. So we have concluded that both lines pass through 1 2, and the bisectors must also pass through 1 2. It does 1 2. अब ये इंटरनल बाइसेक्टर है या एक्सटर्नल बाइसेक्टर है हमें मालूम नहीं है. वी आर नॉट इवन बॉदर्ड अबाउट दैट. ही हैज आल्सो नॉट सेड. ये वन ऑफ द बाइसेक्टर्स है, इसलिए मैंने लिखा है वन बाइसेक्टर, मे बी आउटसाइड मे बी इनसाइड. दूसरा बाइसेक्टर हमें निकालना है. द ओनली थिंग वी नो इज दैट द सेकंड बाइसेक्टर इज परपेंडिकुलर टू दिस. वी कैन लुक एट द आंसर एंड गेट इट. अगर एक ही आंसर है तो वही आंसर है. क्या है? एनी लाइन परपेंडिकुलर टू दिस, क्या होगी वो लाइन? वो 2x और -y होगी, आगे पता नहीं क्या होगा वो, दैट वी डोंट नो। ये तो पक्का है, बिकॉज इट इज परपेंडिकुलर टू दिस, हैव टू बी 2x - y। लुक एट द आंसर्स, एक ही है। ये आंसर बनाने वाला अच्छा आदमी नहीं है, फ्रॉम एग्जामिनेशन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू इज नॉट अ राइट पर्सन। इसने तो एक ही आंसर दिया, खत्म बात, ये आंसर है, फिनिश। इसको 2 आंसर देने चाहिए थे ऐसे, कम से कम। फ्रॉम द स्टूडेंट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू वेरी गुड, इमीडिएटली यू नो द आंसर, यही है, नहीं हो सकता। लेकिन मान लिया 2 होते, इफ देयर वर 2 आंसर्स लाइक दिस, फिर क्या करते हम? उसकी वैल्यू निकाल लेते। कैसे? ये पॉइंट लाई करता है उसके ऊपर, तो वो ये k कर लो इसको, और इसमें ये सब्स्टिट्यूट करो। जब इसमें सब्स्टिट्यूट करेंगे तो ये आ जाएगा 2 - k = 0, 2x - y plus k is equal to 0, k is equal to 0. So the equation is 2x - y = 0. पहला वही आंसर है, राइट? So 2x - y = 0. So if there were 2 answers, then this is how you will know which out of those two is correct. तो उसको ये चाहिए था कि ये 2x + y जो लिखा हुआ है उसको भी लिख देता 2x - y = 5. Then you will have to, you have 2 alternatives. Then you will have to कि दो कौन सा सही है। तो यहाँ k 0 है, so the answer is 2x - y = 0. लेकिन अगर एक ही आंसर है तो देन देयर इज नो चॉइस, यही आंसर होगा, कोई दूसरा आंसर हो नहीं सकता, बिकॉज इट बोथ ऑफ देम हैव टू बी परपेंडिकुलर टू ईच अदर। तो आपको ये सब भी करने की जरूरत नहीं थी, ये जो मैंने इतना कुछ किया है, इस किस्म का क्वेश्चन है तो देयर इज नो नीड टू डू। आप सिर्फ ये देखो कि कौन सी इसके परपेंडिकुलर है, यहाँ एक ही लाइन है, वही आंसर होगा, अनलेस देयर इज नन ऑफ द अबव लिखा हुआ है। इफ वन ऑफ द आंसर इज नन ऑफ द अबव, हो सकता है वो भी ना हो, बट हियर ऑफ कोर्स ऑल 4 आंसर्स आर गिवन टू यू and only one of them is perpendicular to the given line and the 2 bisectors are perpendicular to each other, so therefore there is no, if the answer is correct then it has to be this. लेकिन वो ये हमने करके दिखा दिया है कि भाई this is the answer, that is the way you should try to tackle questions of multiple choice many times, but of course doesn't mean कि भाई हर बार वही करना है, you must know the answer also. जैसे हमने करके दिखाया है कि भाई मान लिया 2 आंसर होते, then this is the method of actually finding the value of k. All right. So equidistance, equation of the angle bisector, or position of points relative to a line. ये भी how do we know? बहुत सिंपल है, ये भी एक लाइन दी हुई है, हमें ये पता करना है कि ये पॉइंट कहाँ है, वेयर इज दिस पॉइंट, या दो पॉइंट P Q R line L1. How do we know whether the 2 points lie on the same side of the line or the opposite sides of a line? यही हो सकता है ना, और ऑन द लाइन, ऑन द लाइन का तो आंसर मालूम है। हाउ डू यू नो ऑन द लाइन? यू सब्स्टिट्यूट द कोऑर्डिनेट इफ द इक्वेशन इज सेटिस्फाइड ऑन द लाइन, अदरवाइज इट इज लेफ्ट हैंड साइड ऑफ द लाइन और ऑन द राइट हैंड साइड। अभी हम लेफ्ट राइट की बात नहीं कर रहे, वी आर ओनली टॉकिंग अबाउट सेम साइड ऑफ द लाइन। बहुत सिंपल है, ये पॉइंट अगर x1 y1 है और ये x2 y2 है, आप इनके कोऑर्डिनेट्स सब्स्टिट्यूट करो लाइन में। लाइन मस्ट बी इन द फॉर्म, लाइन मस्ट बी इन द फॉर्म L1 is equal to ax1 x plus by c equal to 0। इस फॉर्म में होनी चाहिए। C राइट हैंड साइड पे नहीं होना चाहिए, नथिंग शुड बी ऑन द राइट हैंड साइड, 0 शुड बी ऑन द राइट हैंड साइड। दैट इज व्हाट इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग in the case of finding out which side line the point is. Now substitute both these values one by one in this. Substitute x1 for x and y1 for y and 2 for x, and y2 for y 1 by 1. पहले x1 y1 फिर x2 y2. So we will have two expressions. One expression will be ax1 plus by1 plus c1. Second expression will be ax2 plus by2 plus c. There is no ax2 plus by2 plus c. These two expressions we will get on the left hand side. Zero नहीं होगा ये because the points do not lie on the line. Either expressions will be positive or one will be positive and the other will be negative, or both will be negative. This is the only possibilities, both positive, both negative, or one positive and one negative. If they are both positive or negative, both, then the points lie on the same side. Then the points lie on the same side of the line. If they are, one is positive and the other is negative, then they are on the opposite side of the line, opposite side of the line. So as simple as that. If this number comes out to be positive, same side. If this number comes out to be negative, opposite side. This number means दोनों को डिवाइड किया मैंने. जब दोनों नंबरों को डिवाइड किया है तो दोनों पॉजिटिव होंगे तो पॉजिटिव आएगा, दोनों नेगेटिव होंगे तो भी पॉजिटिव आएगा. तो इन दैट केस दे आर द सेम साइड. और अगर आंसर नेगेटिव आता है तो देन दे आर ऑन द अपोजिट साइड. लेकिन सिंपल मेथड के दोनों का साइन सेम है तो दे आर ऑन द सेम साइड ऑफ द लाइन, दोनों का साइन अपोजिट है तो दे आर ऑन द अपोजिट साइड ऑफ द लाइन. एज सिंपल एज दैट. अब ये कैसे पता करेंगे? सिंगल पॉइंट दिया हुआ है तो हम उसको कंपेयर करेंगे हमेशा ओ से, जीरो से, ओरिजिन से कंपेयर करेंगे. हम जीरो तो पता कर ही सकते हैं. जब 0 0 लगाएंगे तो आंसर सी आएगा. तो अगर हमारा पॉइंट डालने पे और सी का साइन सेम है, देन ओरिजिन दैट पॉइंट लाई ऑन द सेम लाइन. तो ओरिजिन तो हमें मालूम है ना लाइन की. हम वी कैन ऑलवेज ड्रॉ ए ग्राफ ऑफ द लाइन. वी नो विच साइड इज 0 0. विल सब्स्टिट्यूट द पॉइंट. अगर सी का साइन और हमारे पॉइंट का साइन सेम आता है, then the point lies on the same side as the origin. तो it lies on the opposite side of the origin. तो अगर हमारी लाइन ये है तो हमें मालूम है origin is here. तो अगर हमारा पॉइंट इस साइड पर है then we know that it is below the line or it is above the line. So we will always compare with the 0 0. We are given only one point. Or mostly it will be one point we will be talking about. Okay, what side of the line is this? That is how you are able to find the position of a point with respect to the line. Or what are the main points in a triangle? कौन कौन से पॉइंट जो हैं आपको मालूम होने चाहिए. वर्टिसेस तो सबको मालूम है. वर्टिसेस के अलावा which are the points which are important line in a triangle that you must be familiar with? Let us see. Various things are, first of vertices, midpoints of sides. You know how to find this midpoint. Once you know the vertices, midpoints are very easy, A1 and so on. Let us see this. Then we have orthocenter. Then we have centroid. Centroid means center of gravity, CG. What do we have then? Circumcenter. Then in center. Angle bisector is in center. What next? When I was a student in class 8th, we used to have a theorem. आप कभी वो theorem करवाई नहीं गई होगी, 9th में भी थी. 9 point circle. नहीं सुनी हुई ना आप लोगों ने? वो इतनी मुश्किल थ्योरम थी, एग्जाम थी, उसको बहुत मुश्किल हुआ करता था, बहुत याद करना पड़ता था, और हर दूसरे तीसरे साल पूछ लेते थे दैट थ्योरम, हर साल तो नहीं, तो बट इट वाज आस्क्ड इन द एग्जाम एवरी 2 years, प्रूव दैट दीज 9 points लाई ऑन ए एंड नाउ उस 9 में 3 तो यही हैं मिड पॉइंट्स, और 3 ये हैं, और 3 पॉइंट और हैं, वो कहाँ से आएंगे? अगर आप जो ऑर्थो सेंटर है हमारा, इस ऑर्थो सेंटर को जब आप उससे ज्वाइन करेंगे वर्टिसेस से, तो जो मिडिल पॉइंट आ रहा है दैट विल बी दी, इन मिडिल पॉइंट्स को आपने ये 9 पॉइंट है, ये पॉइंट है, दे ऑल लाई ऑन अ सर्कल which was known as the 9-point circle. So the orthocenter joined with the vertex, the midpoint of that. So once you know the orthocenter, once you know the vertex, you know the up. Because we now have a analytical geometry is there, the thing is very easy. 3 point लेके circle निकाल लो और show that the remaining points also lie on it. That will see. And one more thing, ONGC, Oil and Natural Gas Commission है ना हमारा, ये these points lie on a straight line. Also you should know. Orthocenter, 9-point circle, center of the 9-point circle. G, what is G? Gravity, center of gravity, और वो circumcenter. These lie on a straight line. और center of gravity तो median, wherever the intersect, that is the center of gravity, and that center of gravity divides the median in the ratio 2:1, 2:1, ऊपर से 2 नीचे 1, ठीक है? That ये सब चीजें भी आपको मालूम होनी चाहिए, because some question is asked in the exam, फिर इस आपको you are able to solve the question but unfortunately you don't remember things, वो question रह जाता है. So ये छोटी छोटी चीजें भी आपको आनी चाहिए. How do you find the orthocenter? Orthocenter निकालने के लिए सबसे आसान तरीका ये है, ये हमें वर्टेक्स मालूम है, ये लाइन हमें मालूम है, so I can write the equation of this line, and I can also write the equation of similar, and their intersection will be the orthocenter. कोई 2 ले लो आप, there is no need to take 3 because we know they are going to give you the orthocenter. एक क्वेश्चन और है, that is also very interesting. अच्छा, why do we need these various forms of line? एक छोटी सी और मैं एग्जांपल देता हूं आपको, keep that in mind. Here is a circle or parabola or anything, and here is a line. You know what is this line called? Tangent. Tangent की definition मालूम है आपको? ये किसने कहा तुम्हें? देखो, a line passes through one point, तो ये line कोई tangent थोड़ी है. अब नहीं, अब टच भी हमें डिफाइन नहीं किया होगा ना मैथमेटिक्स में. we must define it in a manner which we have defined. Yes, हाँ भैया.
Which touches the circumference of a circle at a point and perpendicular to the radius.
And perpendicular to the नहीं, perpendicular to the radius तो उसकी प्रॉपर्टी है, लेकिन टच वाली बात नहीं है. मैक्सिमम आप क्या कर सकते हो? यू सी, इफ इट्स अ सेकंड डिग्री इक्वेशन, इट्स अ फर्स्ट डिग्री इक्वेशन, जब दोनों का इंटरसेक्शन निकालेंगे तो कितने आंसर आएंगे? 2 आएंगे ना आंसर, 2 आएंगे. हर बार ए लाइन विल इंटरसेक्ट ए सर्कल इन 2 पॉइंट्स, लेकिन यहां पर ऑन द कर्व है, वहां पर टेंजेंट होगा. दैट इज अनदर वे ऑफ सेइंग दैट दिस इज ए टेंजेंट, बट वी आर नॉट बॉदर अबाउट इट. व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से, ये जो इक्वेशन है इसकी कोई स्पेशल फॉर्म है. अगर ये सर्कल, इफ दिस सर्कल इज लाइक दिस, तो ये टेंजेंट इक्वेशन जो है, दिस इज द ब्यूटी ऑफ दिस, a इंटू 1 प्लस एम स्क्वायर. मेरे ख्याल ये है शायद, ये प्लस भी हो सकती है और माइनस भी हो सकती है. इट इज y इज इक्वल टू mx प्लस सी, लेकिन c की वैल्यू ये आ रही है 1 प्लस एम स्क्वायर अंडर रूट. ये क्यों लिखते हैं हम, मुश्किल लग रही है, लेकिन इसकी ब्यूटी ये है कि आपके पास अननोन कितना, एक ही है, m. अगर हमें m मालूम हो जाएगा, सर्कल टेंजेंट की इक्वेशन मालूम हो जाएगी. प्लस माइनस क्यों आ रहा है? क्योंकि एक ये भी है और एक ये है, ये दोनों पैरेलल हैं, इन दोनों की स्लोप सेम है. So with the same slope there must be two lines. और अगर slope हो तो equation of a line will be mx c1 और y is equal to mx plus c2. यही चेंज होगा ना, ये तो सेम रहेगा, तो ये क्वांटिटी चेंज होगी, ये सेम रहेगी, इसलिए the answer that should come out, but it will be a long route, you know, जैसे वो कहते हैं नाक पकड़ना और यूं नाक पकड़ना, it will be exactly like that. But if you will take the line in that particular manner, then only one variable, एक condition और दी होगी, आप वो condition आइए, m की वैल्यू आ जाएगी and you will have the answer. So minimum number of unknowns should be the one that we must use whenever we want to solve problems.
So it is y equals to mx plus minus under root 1 plus m square. It's only under root m 1 plus m square, right? So the same equation. So y equals to mx plus minus.
देखो मैं आप कर, ये लाइन है, इसको टच कर रही है. Let us solve these. Let us solve this. Put the value. Let us write down. Midpoint लिखो जरा साइड्स के. 1 0 0 1 and 1 1. एक ट्राइंगल है जिसकी साइड्स के मिड पॉइंट हैं 0 1 1 1 and 1 0. 0 1 1 1 and 1 0. These are the midpoints. Can you tell me what the triangle will be? What will the vertices of the triangle? And what will be the in-center? What are the midpoints? Midpoints are given. What is the triangle? क्या है midpoints? 0 1. Where is 0 1? This is 0 1. This is the midpoint. Second midpoint is 1 1. 1 1. This will be 1 1. And 1 0. These three are the midpoints. What will be the triangle? ये नहीं है. That is what the triangle will be. So this type of questions can also be asked. You may be given the midpoints, and then you are required to find out the triangle, and then the in-center. Find out what is the in-center of this, or what is the x coordinate of the in-center. Then you can use that formula. Now we know the length of the sides also. इसकी side कितनी है? 2. What is the side? This is also 2. And how much is this side? Under root 2 under root 2. A is 2. B is, if this is A, this is B, and this is C, then B is equal to 2 under root 2, and C will be 2 also. And now you can use the formula that I just gave you to find the coordinates of the incenter. So that type of questions can also be there. एक क्वेश्चन यहाँ जरा आप देखिए जरा, मैं I would like you to understand that question slightly better. उसमें थोड़ी सी एक्सप्लेनेशन ठीक नहीं है. इमेज का क्वेश्चन है ये. Yeah, this is a question, page 33. Page 33, very first question. Locus of the image of the curve, of the image of the point 2, 3. निकाल लिया सबने? Locus of the image of the point 2, 3 in the line. अब दो चीजें दी हुई है. I think I will. इमेज पॉइंट क्या 2, 3 है और लाइन क्या है x प्लस 2y प्लस 3, x प्लस 2y प्लस 3 प्लस लैम्डा इंटू x माइनस 2x माइनस 3y प्लस 4. मुझे जरा ये बताइए, who will explain this question to me before I proceed further? Question number, third example है ये, 1 on page 33. Locus of the image of the point 2, 3 in the line x minus 2y plus 3 plus lambda into 2x minus 3y plus 4 is equal to 0. Yes, please. Who will explain this question to me before we proceed further? Because if we are not able to understand the question तो solve कैसे होगा? पहले तो question समझ में तो आना चाहिए ना. हाँ जी, कौन बताएगा? I'll clap for the girl who will tell me this. Okay, what is given and what is required? This is precisely what I say, the vocabulary of mathematics, and therefore you need the dictionary of mathematics. You must understand the vocabulary, and then obviously if you have the vocabulary and you understand the meaning, then you will be able to do this. नहीं समझ आया किसी को? ईमानदार से बताओ, कोई बात नहीं. There is no harm in saying no. हाँ जी. किसका मतलब बताओ ना, थोड़ा समझाओ. वो कहते हैं ना जरा खुल के समझाओ. दो दीवारें हैं, उसने कहा दो दीवारें कौन सी हैं बताओ ना जरा. तो you will have to tell me, slightly in detail क्या है. हाँ बोलो कोई बात नहीं, शर्माना नहीं चाहिए. You should, that's how you learn. Unless you tell me what your communication is very important. If there is no communication between you and me, if I can't communicate to you, you will not learn anything. If you can't communicate to me, I will not know where you stand. So tell me, क्या समझे हो इसका? पहले तो ये बताओ ये लाइनें कितनी हैं? या तो वन है या नंबर ऑफ लाइन्स है. मतलब what do you mean? Tell me how many lines are this? Is it one line? Are we talking about one line? तो एक लाइन में तो फिर एक ही इमेज आएगा. फिर लोकस की क्या बात हुई? Whenever the word locus comes in, you should assume and you should understand and you should try to find out how many points we are talking about when it comes to locus. If it is only one point, तो फिर आंसर वो पॉइंट होगा बस, और तो कुछ नहीं होगा. if it is more than one point, then I must find out whether there is a representation of those points in the form of an equation. Okay, if I give this equation, every point on that will satisfy this. So सबसे पहले तो ये देखना है. अब ये लाइन जो है, this आप एक लाइन कह रहे हो ना, यही this is what it is. No, it's not one line. It is L1 plus lambda L2 is equal to 0. अब यही तो this is what you have to observe immediately. The moment you are able to observe it, then you will understand what is this question. It's a line like this. Family of lines. कराया हुआ ना मैंने ये. L1 plus lambda L2. दो लाइनें ली हैं, उनका पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरसेक्शन लिया है, और पॉइंट ऑफ इंटरसेक्शन में से हमने डिफरेंट लाइंस निकाली हैं. So there will be infinite number of lines. The only beauty of these lines is that they are all passing through one point. कौन सा point है वो? It's the intersection of L1 L2. So first of all I must write down those two lines जिनसे ये line आई है, और उनका intersection निकालो. So point of intersection must be known. I must first of all find that out. क्या है वो? It is the intersection of this and this. So line L1 is x minus 2y plus 3 is equal to 0, and L2 is 2x minus 3y plus 4 is equal to 0. Point of intersection निकालो. क्या है पहला? Please do it. आप करते रहो ना फटाफट. What is the point of intersection?
-7 and -2.
Point of intersection is?
-7 and -2.
कैसे? आप इसको 2 से मल्टीप्लाई करो और सब्ट्रैक्ट कर दो, ये 4 हो जाएगा ना. तो दिस विल बी 1 ओनली y. जब इसको 2 से मल्टीप्लाई करेंगे 6, तो 2 आना चाहिए. x की वैल्यू 2 आनी चाहिए कि नहीं? कि 1 आ रही है. x minus 2y plus 3 is equal to 0 and 2x minus 3y plus 4 is equal to 0. Multiply this with 2. So 2x minus 4y plus 6 is equal to 0. And this is 2x minus 3y plus 4 is equal to 0. So when you subtract, इसमें से उसको subtract किया तो y minus 2 is equal to 0. So y is 2. तो y तो 2 हो गया. x की क्या वैल्यू आएगी? 4. एक आएगी. -1 क्यों आएगी? क्या करते हो आप लोग? x minus 1 equals 0, so x is 1. So it means that this system is a collection of lines all passing through 1 2. ये हमारी लाइन L1 है, ये लाइन L2 है. बाकी लाइनें जो हैं, कोई ऐसे है, कोई ऐसे है, कोई ऐसे है. Means the plenty of them. There is no. और हमारा पॉइंट क्या है जिसका हमने इमेज लेना है, वो 2 3 है. हर एक लाइन में इसका इमेज लिया जाएगा. इमेज विल बी टेकन इन ईच एंड एवरी लाइन, सच लाइन. सो हाउ मेनी इमेजेस विल बी देयर? इन्फिनिट. हमें यह पता करना है कि इज देयर ए रिप्रेजेंटेशन in terms of x and y which is in the form of a equation which is satisfied by the image. Every image should lie on that. अब हमें एक पर्टिकुलर इमेज निकाल लेंगे, देखेंगे कि वो कोई इक्वेशन सेटिस्फाई करता है कि नहीं करता. Once we know that, we will be able to do it.
Excuse me, sir. We have to conclude session for today.
But I'm just, this is the last thing. इसमें से एक लाइन, how do we find the image? Image means we draw perpendicular from this on the line. We produce that as far away as it is in front. Image में है ना, mirror में आप देखते ही हो, the image is as far behind the mirror as the object is in front of it. So same thing here. And perpendicular. अब हर जगह हमें perpendicular ड्रा करना पड़ेगा. तो हम उसके लिए क्या करेंगे? वो लाइन लेंगे जो इसको ज्वाइन करने पे परपेंडिकुलर अपने आप बन जाए. ये लाइन लेंगे हम, और इस लाइन में इसका इमेज निकालेंगे. वो हम निकाल सकते हैं. सो राइट ए लाइन परपेंडिकुलर टू दिस लाइन एंड पासिंग थ्रू 2 3, और इसका इमेज जो है वो ये होगा एच के. Let HK be the image in the line passing through 1 2 perpendicular to PQ. इसको PQ कर लीजिए आप, perpendicular to PQ. Let P be this, Q be the image. अब हम यहां से रिलेशन निकाल लेंगे. क्या रिलेशन है? द रिलेशन इज दैट अगर ये पॉइंट हमारा O है, PO is equal to OQ, ये यूज करेंगे. PO is equal to OQ. How much is PO? You know the distance formula? It is 2 minus 1 whole square plus 3 minus 2 whole square is equal to H minus 1 whole square plus K minus 2 whole square. PO is equal to OQ, which means PO square is equal to OQ square. ये PO square है और ये OQ square है, और इसको आप एक्सपेंड कर लीजिए. दिस विल बी 1 square, दिस विल आल्सो बी 1 square. 1 plus 1 equal to H square plus K square minus 2H minus 4K plus 1 plus 4. So H square plus K square minus 2H minus 4K plus 3 is equal to 0. ये 5 है और ये 2 है, प्लस 3 equal to 0. इसका लोकस निकालना है. रिप्लेस H by X and K by Y. So the required locus is locus X square plus Y square plus 2X minus 4Y plus 3 is equal to 0. All right. एक क्वेश्चन और देखिए, नंबर 3 गलत है ये क्वेश्चन, आप प्लीज इसको मत करिएगा ऐसे. आई वुड लाइक वन ऑफ यू टू डू दिस. क्वेश्चन नंबर 3 ऑन पेज 37. इसमें 2 गलतियां हैं. एक गलती मैं आपको बता देता हूं. दिस फैमिली एट द मैक्सिमम डिस्टेंस लिखा हुआ है ना, मैक्सिमम नहीं मिनिमम. इसको मिनिमम करिए, और द रिक्वायर्ड लाइन इज, ये गलत है, इसको मैं बताऊंगा नहीं आपको हाउ टू करेक्ट इट, यू विल डू इट योर सेल्फ. ये इक्वेशन लिखी हुई है ना, y माइनस 1/3 इक्वल टू 4 माइनस 1/3, और ये गलत है. आंसर आगे ठीक लिखा हुआ है 12x, लेकिन अगर आप इसको सिंप्लीफाई करेंगे तो यू वोंट गेट दैट. सो वेयर इज द मिस्टेक, यू फाइंड आउट योर सेल्फ. ठीक है, आई कैन टेल यू व्हाट द मिस्टेक इज, बट नो आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू टेल यू. प्लीज करेक्ट दिस मिस्टेक. आई वुड लाइक टू सी दैट यू हैव करेक्टेड इट. क्या मिस्टेक है वो मुझे बताना, में क्या मिस्टेक है. ठीक है, छोटी सी है ये, बाकी थोड़ी टाइपोग्राफिकल एरर्स हैं, दैट इज फाइन. बट इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चन टू आस्क. हाँ, क्वेश्चन नंबर 4 देखिए. लुक एट 4 ऑन दिस सेम. दिस इज द क्वेश्चन आई वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट. The 4 sides, look at the question number 4. The 4 sides of a quadrilateral are given by the equation this. देखो ये इक्वेशन दी हुई है. This is precisely what I was telling you now. इसके फैक्टर कर लीजिए आप. क्या चार फैक्टर क्या होंगे? x equal to 0, y is equal to 0, x minus 2 is equal to 0 and y minus 3 equal to 0. तो ये 4 इक्वेशंस हैं जिनकी इक्वेशन उसने इस तरह लिख दी है. उनको आपस में मल्टीप्लाई करके लेफ्ट हैंड साइड को लेफ्ट हैंड साइड से मल्टीप्लाई किया, राइट हैंड साइड को राइट हैंड, तो 0 ही है, तो 0 ही रहेगी. सो फ्रॉम हेयर यू विल गेट द 4 इक्वेशंस विच आर द इक्वेशंस ऑफ ए quadrilateral and the equation of the line parallel to this that divides the quadrilateral into 2 equal parts. That's the question that has been asked. So if the equation is written in a simultaneous form, in the product form, you will factorize that product into linear forms and each linear equation will represent one of the lines. ये 4 डिग्री है तो इसे 4 लाइनें हैं. 2 डिग्री होती तो 2 लाइन आती. तो that is the way these things have to be done. So therefore please now continue trying these questions, and maybe If you have any questions to ask, mail them or ask them yourself. You can ask them here also, and I'll try to answer as many of them as possible. If I think that that question requires everybody's knowledge, I'll answer it here. If it is specific to you, I'll give you the answer separately. ठीक है? हाँ जी, कुछ पूछना है? Any questions?
Sir, online question. The solution of practice problem number 4 on page number 25.
Yes. क्या?
Page number 25, problem number 4. Explain.
Question number 4?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let us look at this. निकालिए please. Question number Question number 4 on page 25. A is 1, 3 and C is minus 2 by 5 and minus 2 by 5. These are the vertices of a triangle ABC and the equation of the angle bisector ABC. So, we have a triangle ABC. This is given to be 1, 3 and this is given to be minus 2 by 5 and minus 2 by 5. And the equation of the angle bisector of angle ABC is this is given to be x plus y equal to 2. And now the question is, what is the equation of the side BC? You want to write down the equation of this side BC. Now, which knowledge shall we use here? There are many ways of doing this question. Which particular knowledge we should use? Because the side BC is the one that we have to find out, this one. We are only given the coordinates of these 2 points, and this is the bisector of this angle. So, how will you do this? 2 ways of doing it. One is assume the coordinates of this. We find out, if I find out the coordinate of this, I will be able to write on this. This is one. So, in that case, I can write down this line. Second is, if I know this angle is equal to this angle, using this, I will be able to write down this equation also by using that formula tan alpha m minus tan alpha over 1 plus m tan alpha. So, but this will be a better way of doing this, that once I know the coordinates of this point and this point, I can find out this. Similarly, I can find out this equation. 2 equations, I can solve it for x1 and y1. Once I have x1, y1, I can then write down this equation, because I know this x plus y and I know this. So, therefore, I know this angle. I also know this angle. These 2 angles are equal. I will have 2 equations which will help me in finding this. So, my suggestion is assume B x1 y1, write down BC, find and use, write down BC and AB, and use bisector formula to get BD. Compare with given BD. To get X1 and Y1 and hence BC. That will be the method of using this. We can assume that X1, Y1 as the coordinates. I will know this equation, I will know this equation. Once I know these equations, then that formula ax1 plus by1 plus c1 over this, use that formula to get this. Once I have this, you can compare the coefficients, which will give you the value of x1, y1, and hence the equation BC. All right? Any other?
Sir, please explain the way you found out the parametric from offline form.
Parametric line of?
From offline from.
ax plus by plus c. नहीं कौन सी फॉर्म है?
And one more question is how to find out x center of the triangle. X center of the triangle.
Which center?
X center, sir.
Parametric form of line form, no? For parametric form, that's the बहुत है, बहुत time लग जाएगा. For parametric form, we need a point and slope. That's it. So, if the equation is ax plus by plus c is equal to 0, find any point on it. Find out any point on it. That we can always do. Give a value to x1, put x equal to 1, you will get a value of y. So if I put x1 equal to 1, I will get a value of y1, so I will know a point. You can put any value and get the point. Slope we know. Slope is minus a by b. Parametric form. Y minus y1 over x minus x1 is equal to minus a by b, which is the same thing as x minus x1 over a is equal to y minus y1 over minus b. That will be the parametric form. X minus x1 over b, x minus x1 over b is equal to y minus y1 over minus a. Transfer this on the other side and bring a to this side. So x1 minus x1 over b is equal to y minus. So any equation can be transformed into a parametric form by simple method. Find any point on that line and find its slope. Using the point and slope form, write down the equation in this form and then in this form. That will be the parametric form.
The next question.
No, we have not done X center. In center we have done.
What was the first topic taught in maths lecture 2? Okay, sir. Nothing, sir.
Yeah, that's not.
Okay, sir. Everything is coming.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Any questions? यहाँ से कोई? आपका कोई question हो तो? In every lecture, whenever anybody comes, whether myself or somebody else, before the lecture begins, you must ask questions of what has happened earlier, ताकि हमें भी पता लगे कि आप लोग कितना पढ़ के आए हो और कितना आपको समझ आ रहा है और उससे आगे चलें. Because if you don't ask any questions, तो उसका दो मतलब हैं, या तो आप बहुत ज़्यादा इंटेलिजेंट हो या दूसरा चुप. ठीक है ना? So it's always better to ask questions. शुरू में पहले लिख के ले आओ, जैसे ये है ना, आप लिख के रख लो अपने पास क्वेश्चन, मुझे ये पूछना है, मुझे ये पूछना है, मुझे ये पूछना है. अच्छा क्वेश्चन होगा, सबको जानना चाहिए, आंसर यहाँ दे दिया जाएगा. मान लिया क्वेश्चन ऐसा है जो विच इज स्पेसिफिक टू यू, तो क्लास के बाद आंसर दे दिया जाएगा. ठीक है? एनीथिंग एल्स? ऑलराइट. मेरा बैग लाए थे ना.